A single spark can start a prairie fire. January 5, 1930. This was a letter written by Comrade Mao Zedong in criticism of certain pessimistic views then existing in the party. Some comrades in our party still do not know how to appraise the current situation correctly and how to settle the attendant question of what action to take. Though they believe that a revolutionary high tide is inevitable, they do not believe it to be imminent. Therefore, they disapprove of the plan to take Jiangxi and only approve of roving guerrilla actions in the three areas on the borders of Fujian, Guangdong, and Jiangxi. At the same time, as they do not have a deep understanding of what it means to establish red political power in the guerrilla areas, they do not have a deep understanding of the idea of accelerating the nationwide revolutionary high tide through the consolidation and expansion of red political power. They seem to think that, since the revolutionary high tide is still remote, it will be labor lost to attempt to establish political power by hard work. Instead, they want to extend our political influence through the easier method of roving guerrilla actions, and, once the masses throughout the country have been won over, or more or less won over, they want to launch a nationwide armed insurrection which, with the participation of the Red Army, would become a great nationwide revolution. Their theory that we must first win over the masses on a countrywide scale and in all regions and then establish political power does not accord with the actual state of the Chinese Revolution. This theory derives mainly from the failure to understand clearly that China is a semi-colonial country for which many imperialist powers are contending. If one clearly understands this, one will understand first why the unusual phenomenon of prolonged and tangled warfare within the ruling classes is only to be found in China, why this warfare is steadily growing fiercer and spreading, and why there has never been a unified regime. Secondly, one will understand the gravity of the peasant problem and hence why rural uprisings have developed on the present countrywide scale. Thirdly, one will understand the correctness of the slogan of workers' and peasants' democratic political power. Fourthly, one will understand another unusual phenomenon, which is also absent outside China, and which follows from the first, that in China alone there is prolonged and tangled warfare within the ruling classes, namely, the existence and development of the Red Army and the guerrilla forces, and together with them, the existence and development of small red areas encircled by the white regime. Fifthly, one will understand that in semi-colonial China the establishment and expansion of the Red Army, the guerrilla forces and the red areas is the highest form of peasant struggle under the leadership of the proletariat, the inevitable outcome of the growth of the semi-colonial peasant struggle, and undoubtedly the most important factor in accelerating the revolutionary high tide throughout the country. And sixthly, one will also understand that the policy which merely calls for roving guerrilla actions cannot accomplish the task of accelerating this nationwide revolutionary high tide, while the kind of policy adopted by Chu Tai and Mao Zedong and also by Fang Chi-min one is undoubtedly correct, that is, the policy of establishing base areas, of systematically setting up political power, of deepening the agrarian revolution, of expanding the people's armed forces by a comprehensive process, of building up first the township Red Guards, then the district Red Guards, then the county Red Guards, then the local Red Army troops, all the way up to the regular Red Army troops, of spreading political power by advancing in a series of waves, etc., etc. Only thus is it possible to build the confidence of the revolutionary masses throughout the country, as the Soviet Union has built it throughout the world. Only thus is it possible to create tremendous difficulties for the reactionary ruling classes, shake their foundations and hasten their internal disintegration. Only thus is it really possible to create a Red Army which will become the chief weapon for the great revolution of the future. In short, only thus is it possible to hasten the revolutionary high tide. Comrades who suffer from revolutionary impetuosity overestimate the subjective forces of the revolution too and underestimate the forces of the counter-revolution. Such an appraisal stems mainly from subjectivism. In the end, it undoubtedly leads to putschism. On the other hand, underestimating the subjective forces of the revolution and overestimating the forces of the counter-revolution would also constitute an improper appraisal and be certain to produce bad results of another kind. Therefore, in judging the political situation in China it is necessary to understand the following. 1. Although the subjective forces of the revolution in China are now weak, so also are all organizations, organs of political power, armed forces, political parties, etc., of the reactionary ruling classes, resting as they do on the backward and fragile social and economic structure of China. This helps to explain why revolution cannot break out at once in the countries of Western Europe where, although the subjective forces of revolution are now perhaps somewhat stronger than in China, the forces of the reactionary ruling classes are many times stronger. In China the revolution will undoubtedly move towards a high tide more rapidly, for although the subjective forces of the revolution at present are weak, the forces of the counter-revolution are relatively weak too. 2. The subjective forces of the revolution have indeed been greatly weakened since the defeat of the revolution in 1927. The remaining forces are very small and those comrades who judge by appearances alone naturally feel pessimistic. But if we judge by essentials, it is quite another story. Here we can apply the old Chinese saying, a single spark can start a prairie fire. In other words, our forces, although small at present, will grow very rapidly. In the conditions prevailing in China, their growth is not only possible but indeed inevitable, as the May 30th movement and the Great Revolution which followed have fully proved. When we look at a thing, we must examine its essence and treat its appearance merely as an usher at the threshold, and once we cross the threshold, we must grasp the essence of the thing. This is the only reliable and scientific method of analysis. 3. Similarly, in appraising the counter-revolutionary forces, we must never look merely at their appearance, but should examine their essence. In the initial period of our independent regime in the Hunan-Jiangxi border area, some comrades genuinely believed the incorrect appraisal made by the Hunan Provincial Committee and regarded the class enemy as not worth a rap. The two descriptive terms, terribly shaky and extremely panicky, which are standing jokes to this day, were used by the Hunan Provincial Committee at the time, from May to June 1928, in appraising the Hunan ruler Liu Taiping. 3. Such an appraisal necessarily led to putschism in the political sphere. But during the 4 months from November of that year to February 1929, before the war between Chiang Kai-shek and the Guangxi warlords, for when the enemy's Third Joint Suppression Expedition 5 was approaching the Qingkong Mountains, some comrades asked the question, how long can we keep the red flag flying? As a matter of fact, the struggle in China between Britain, the United States and Japan had by then become quite open, and a state of tangled warfare between Chiang Kai-shek, the Guangxi clique and Feng Yuxiang was taking shape, hence it was actually the time when the counter-revolutionary tide had begun to ebb and the revolutionary tide to rise again. Yet pessimistic ideas were to be found not only in the Red Army and local party organizations, even the Central Committee was misled by appearances and adopted a pessimistic tone. Its February letter is evidence of the pessimistic analysis made in the party at that time. For the objective situation today is still such that comrades who see only the superficial appearance and not the essence of what is before them are liable to be misled. In particular, when our comrades working in the Red Army are defeated in battle or encircled or pursued by strong enemy forces, they often unwittingly generalize and exaggerate their momentary, specific, and limited situation, as though the situation in China and the world as a whole gave no cause for optimism and the prospects of victory for the revolution were remote. The reason they seize on the appearance and brush aside the essence in their observation of things is that they have not made a scientific analysis of the essence of the overall situation. The question whether there will soon be a revolutionary high tide in China can be decided only by making a detailed examination to ascertain whether the contradictions leading to a revolutionary high tide are really developing. Since contradictions are developing in the world between the imperialist countries, between the imperialist countries and their colonies, and between the imperialists and the proletariat in their own countries, there is an intensified need for the imperialists to contend for the domination of China. While the imperialist contention over China becomes more intense, both the contradiction between imperialism and the whole Chinese nation and the contradictions among the imperialists themselves develop simultaneously on Chinese soil, thereby creating the tangled warfare which is expanding and intensifying daily and giving rise to the continuous development of the contradictions among the different cliques of China's reactionary rulers. In the wake of the contradictions among the reactionary ruling cliques, the tangled warfare among the warlords, comes heavier taxation, which steadily sharpens the contradiction between the broad masses of taxpayers and the reactionary rulers. In the wake of the contradiction between imperialism and China's national industry comes the failure of the Chinese industrialists to obtain concessions from the imperialists, which sharpens the contradiction between the Chinese bourgeoisie and the Chinese working class, with the Chinese capitalists trying to find a way out by frantically exploiting the workers and with the workers resisting. In the wake of imperialist commercial aggression, Chinese merchant capitalist extortions, heavier government taxation, etc., comes the deepening of the contradiction between the landlord class and the peasantry, that is, exploitation through rent and usury is aggravated and the hatred of the peasants for the landlords grows. Because of the pressure of foreign goods, the exhaustion of the purchasing power of the worker and peasant masses, and the increase in government taxation, more and more dealers in Chinese-made goods and independent producers are being driven into bankruptcy. Because the reactionary government, though short of provisions and funds, endlessly expands its armies and thus constantly extends the warfare, the masses of soldiers are in a constant state of privation. Because of the growth in government taxation, the rise in rent and interest demanded by the landlords and the daily spread of the disasters of war, there are famine and banditry everywhere and the peasant masses and the urban poor can hardly keep alive. Because the schools have no money, many students fear that their education may be interrupted. Because production is backward, many graduates have no hope of employment. Once we understand all these contradictions, we shall see in what a desperate situation, in what a chaotic state, China finds herself. We shall also see that the high tide of revolution against the imperialists, the warlords, and the landlords is inevitable, and will come very soon. All China is littered with dry faggots which will soon be aflame. The saying, "A single spark can start a prairie fire," is an apt description of how the current situation will develop. We need only look at the strikes by the workers, the uprisings by the peasants, the mutinies of soldiers and the strikes of students which are developing in many places to see that it cannot be long before a spark kindles a prairie fire. The gist of the above was already contained in the letter from the Front Committee to the Central Committee on April 5, 1929, which reads in part. The Central Committee's letter dated February 9, 1929 makes too pessimistic an appraisal of the objective situation in our subjective forces. The Kuomintang's 3 suppression campaigns against the Qingkong Mountains was the high water mark reached by the counter-revolutionary tide. But there it stopped, and since then the counter-revolutionary tide has gradually receded while the revolutionary tide has gradually risen. Although our party's fighting capacity and organizational strength have been weakened to the extent described by the Central Committee, they will be rapidly restored, and the passivity among comrades in the party will quickly disappear as the counter-revolutionary tide gradually ebbs. The masses will certainly come over to us. The Kuomintang's policy of massacre only serves to drive the fish into deep waters, 6 as the saying goes, and reformism no longer has any mass appeal. It is certain that the masses will soon shed their illusions about the Kuomintang. In the emerging situation, no other party will be able to compete with the Communist Party in winning over the masses. The political line and the organizational line laid down by the party's 6th National Congress 7 are correct, i.e., the revolution at the present stage is democratic and not socialist, and the present task of the party, here the words in the big cities should have been added, 8 is to win over the masses and not to stage immediate insurrections. Nevertheless, the revolution will develop swiftly, and we should take a positive attitude in our propaganda and preparations for armed insurrections. In the present chaotic situation we can lead the masses only by positive slogans and a positive attitude. Only by taking such an attitude can the party recover its fighting capacity. Proletarian leadership is the sole key to victory in the revolution. Building a proletarian foundation for the party and setting up party branches in industrial enterprises in key districts are important organizational tasks for the party at present, but at the same time the major prerequisites for helping the struggle in the cities and hastening the rise of the revolutionary tide are specifically the development of the struggle in the countryside, the establishment of Red political power in small areas, and the creation and expansion of the Red Army. Therefore, it would be wrong to abandon the struggle in the cities, but in our opinion it would also be wrong for any of our party members to fear the growth of peasant strength lest it should outstrip the workers' strength and harm the revolution. For in the revolution in semi-colonial China, the peasant struggle must always fail if it does not have the leadership of the workers, but the revolution is never harmed if the peasant struggle outstrips the forces of the workers. The letter also contained the following reply on the question of the Red Army's operational tactics. To preserve the Red Army and arouse the masses, the Central Committee asks us to divide our forces into very small units and disperse them over the countryside and to withdraw Chu Tai and Mao Zedong from the army, so concealing the major targets. This is an unrealistic view. In the winter of 1927-28, we did plan to disperse our forces over the countryside, with each company or battalion operating on its own and adopting guerrilla tactics in order to arouse the masses while trying not to present a target for the enemy. We have tried this out many times, but have failed every time. The reasons are, 1. Most of the soldiers in the main force of the Red Army come from other areas and have a background different from that of the local Red Guards. 2. Division into small units results in weak leadership and inability to cope with adverse circumstances, which easily leads to defeat. 3. The units are liable to be crushed by the enemy one by one. 4. The more adverse the circumstances, the greater the need for concentrating our forces and for the leaders to be resolute in struggle, because only thus can we have internal unity against the enemy. Only in favorable circumstances is it advisable to divide our forces for guerrilla operations, and it is only then that the leaders need not stay with the ranks all the time, as they must in adverse circumstances. The weakness of this passage is that the reasons adduced against the division of forces were of a negative character, which was far from adequate. The positive reason for concentrating our forces is that only concentration will enable us to wipe out comparatively large enemy units and occupy towns. Only after we have wiped out comparatively large enemy units and occupied towns can we arouse the masses on a broad scale and set up political power extending over a number of adjoining counties. Only thus can we make a widespread impact, what we call extending our political influence, and contribute effectively to speeding the day of the revolutionary high tide. For instance, both the regime we set up in the Hunan-Jiangxi border area the year before last and the one we set up in western Fujian last year 9 were the product of this policy of concentrating our troops. This is a general principle. But are there not times when our forces should be divided up? Yes, there are. The letter from the Front Committee to the Central Committee says of guerrilla tactics for the Red Army, including the division of forces within a short radius. The tactics we have derived from the struggle of the past 3 years are indeed different from any other tactics, ancient or modern, Chinese or foreign. With our tactics, the masses can be aroused for struggle on an ever-broadening scale, and no enemy, however powerful, can cope with us. Ours are guerrilla tactics. They consist mainly of the following points. Divide our forces to arouse the masses, concentrate our forces to deal with the enemy. The enemy advances, we retreat, the enemy camps, we harass, the enemy tires, we attack, the enemy retreats, we pursue. To extend stable base areas, 10 employ the policy of advancing in waves, when pursued by a powerful enemy, employ the policy of circling around. Arouse the largest numbers of the masses in the shortest possible time and by the best possible methods. These tactics are just like casting a net, at any moment we should be able to cast it or draw it in. We cast it wide to win over the masses and draw it in to deal with the enemy. Such are the tactics we have used for the past 3 years. Here, to cast the net wide means to divide our forces within a short radius. For example, when we first captured the county town of Yunghsin in the Hunan-Jiangxi border area, we divided the forces of the 29th and 31st Regiments within the boundaries of Yunghsin County. Again, when we captured Yunghsin for the 3rd time, we once more divided our forces by dispatching the 28th Regiment to the border of Anfu County, the 29th to Lianhua, and the 31st to the border of Qian County. And, again, we divided our forces in the counties of southern Jiangxi last April and May, and in the counties of western Fujian last July. As to dividing our forces over a wide radius, it is possible only on the two conditions that circumstances are comparatively favorable and the leading bodies fairly strong. For the purpose of dividing up our forces is to put us in a better position for winning over the masses, for deepening the agrarian revolution and establishing political power, and for expanding the Red Army and the local armed units. It is better not to divide our forces when this purpose cannot be attained, or the division of our forces would lead to defeat and to the weakening of the Red Army, as happened in August 2 years ago when our forces were divided on the Hunan-Kiangsi border for an attack on Quanzhou. But there is no doubt that, given the two above-mentioned conditions, we should divide our forces, because division is then more advantageous than concentration. The Central Committee's February letter was not in the right spirit and had a bad effect on a number of party comrades in the Fourth Army. At that time the Central Committee also issued a circular stating that war would not necessarily break out between Chiang Kai-shek and the Guangxi warlords. Since then, however, the appraisals and directives of the Central Committee have in the main been correct. It has already issued another circular correcting the one containing the wrong appraisal. Although it has not made any correction of the letter to the Red Army, its subsequent directives have not been couched in the same pessimistic tone, and its views on the Red Army's operations now coincide with ours. Yet the bad effect which this letter had on some comrades persists. Therefore, I feel that it is still necessary to give some explanation. The plan to take Kiangsi province within a year was also proposed last April by the Front Committee to the Central Committee, and a decision to that effect was later made at Yetu. The following reasons were given in the letter to the Central Committee. The armies of Chiang Kai-shek and the Guangxi warlords are approaching each other in the vicinity of Kaihokiang, and a big battle is imminent. The resumption of mass struggle, coupled with the spread of contradictions among the ruling reactionaries, makes it probable that there will soon be a high tide of revolution. As for how our work should be arranged under these circumstances, we feel that, so far as the southern provinces are concerned, the armed forces of the compradors and landlords in Guangdong and Hunan provinces are too strong, and that in Hunan, moreover, we have lost almost all our mass following, inside as well as outside the party, because of the party's putschist mistakes. In the three provinces of Fujian, Kiangsi, and Zhejiang, however, the situation is different. First, militarily the enemy is weakest there. In Zhejiang, there is only a small provincial force under Chang Po-cheng. 11 in Fujian, although there are 5 groups of enemy troops totaling 14 regiments in all, Kuo Fengming's troops have already been smashed. The troops under Chen Kuohui and Lu Xingpeng 12 are bandits of small fighting capacity. The 2 brigades of Marines stationed along the coast have never seen action and their fighting capacity is undoubtedly not high. Chongchen 13 alone can put up some sort of a fight, but, according to an analysis made by the Fujian Provincial Committee, even he has only 2 relatively strong regiments. In addition, Fujian is now in a state of complete chaos, confusion, and disunity. In Kiangsi, there are 16 regiments under the 2 commands of Chu Peitei 14 and Seung Shihui, 15. They are stronger than the armed forces of either Fujian or Zhejiang, but far inferior to those of Hunan. Secondly, fewer putschist mistakes have been made in these 3 provinces. We are not clear about the situation in Zhejiang, but the party's organizational and mass base is somewhat better in Kiangsi and Fujian than in Hunan. Take Kiangsi for example. In northern Kiangsi we still have some bases in Taiyuan, Sushui, and Tungku. In western Kiangsi the party and the Red Guards still have some strength in Ningkong, Yunghsin, Lianhua, and Sichuan. In southern Kiangsi the prospects are still brighter, as the 2nd and 4th regiments of the Red Army are steadily growing in strength in the counties of Qian, Yongfeng, and Qingqiu, and what is more, the Red Army under Fang Chimin has by no means been wiped out. All this places us in a position to close in on Nanchang. We hereby recommend to the Central Committee that during the period of prolonged warfare among the Kuomintang warlords, we should contend with Chiang Kai-shek and the Guangxi clique for Kiangsi province and also for western Fujian and western Zhejiang. In these 3 provinces we should enlarge the Red Army and create an independent regime of the masses, with the time limit of 1 year for accomplishing this plan. This proposal to contend for Kiangsi erred only in setting a time limit of 1 year. It was based not only on conditions within the province itself, but also on the prospect that a nationwide high tide of revolution would soon arise. For unless we had been convinced that there would soon be a high tide of revolution, we could not possibly have concluded that we could take Kiangsi in a year. The only weakness in the proposal was that it set a time limit of 1 year, which it should not have done, and so gave a flavor of impetuosity to the word soon in the statement, "There will soon be a high tide of revolution." As to the subjective and objective conditions in Kiangsi, they well deserve our attention. Besides the subjective conditions described in the letter to the Central Committee, 3 objective conditions can now be clearly pointed out. First, the economy of Kiangsi is mainly feudal, the merchant capitalist class is relatively weak, and the armed forces of the landlords are weaker than in any other southern province. Secondly, Kiangsi has no provincial troops of its own and has always been garrisoned by troops from other provinces. Sent there for the suppression of communists or suppression of bandits, these troops are unfamiliar with local conditions, their interests are much less directly involved than if they were local troops, and they usually lack enthusiasm. And thirdly, unlike Guangdong, which is close to Hong Kong and under British control in almost every respect, Kiangsi is comparatively remote from imperialist influence. Once we have grasped these 3 points, we can understand why rural uprisings are more widespread and the Red Army and guerrilla units more numerous in Kiangsi than in any other province. How then should we interpret the word soon in the statement, "There will soon be a high tide of revolution"? This is a common question among comrades. Marxists are not fortune tellers. They should, and indeed can, only indicate the general direction of future developments and changes. They should not and cannot fix the day and the hour in a mechanistic way. But when I say that there will soon be a high tide of revolution in China, I am emphatically not speaking of something which in the words of some people is possibly coming, something illusory, unattainable and devoid of significance for action. It is like a ship far out at sea whose masthead can already be seen from the shore, it is like the morning sun in the east whose shimmering rays are visible from a high mountain top. It is like a child about to be born moving restlessly in its mother's womb. Oppose book worship. May 1930. I know investigation, no right to speak. Unless you have investigated a problem, you will be deprived of the right to speak on it. Isn't that too harsh? Not in the least. When you have not probed into a problem, into the present facts and its past history, and know nothing of its essentials, whatever you say about it will undoubtedly be nonsense. Talking nonsense solves no problems, as everyone knows, so why is it unjust to deprive you of the right to speak? Quite a few comrades always keep their eyes shut and talk nonsense, and for a communist that is disgraceful. How can a communist keep his eyes shut and talk nonsense? It won't do. It won't do. You must investigate. You must not talk nonsense. To investigate a problem is to solve it. You can solve a problem? Well, get down and investigate the present facts and its past history. When you have investigated the problem thoroughly, you will know how to solve it. Conclusions invariably come after investigation, and not before. Only a blockhead cudgels his brains on his own, or together with a group, to find solution or evolve an idea without making any investigation. It must be stressed that this cannot possibly lead to any effective solution or any good idea. In other words, he is bound to arrive at a wrong solution and a wrong idea. There are not a few comrades doing inspection work, as well as guerrilla leaders and cadres newly in office, who like to make political pronouncements the moment they arrive at a place and who strut about, criticizing this and condemning that when they have only seen the surface of things or minor details. Such purely subjective nonsensical talk is indeed detestable. These people are bound to make a mess of things, lose the confidence of the masses and prove incapable of solving any problem at all. When they come across difficult problems, quite a number of people in leading positions simply heave a sigh without being able to solve them. They lose patience and ask to be transferred on the ground that they have not the ability and cannot do the job. These are cowards' words. Just get moving on your 2 legs, Go the rounds of every section placed under your charge and inquire into everything one as Confucius did, and then you will be able to solve the problems, however little is your ability, for although your head may be empty before you go out of doors, it will be empty no longer when you return but will contain all sorts of material necessary for the solution of the problems, and that is how problems are solved. Must you go out of doors? Not necessarily. You can call a fact-finding meeting of people familiar with the situation in order to get at the source of what you call a difficult problem and come to know how it stands now, and then it will be easy to solve your difficult problem. Investigation may be likened to the long months of pregnancy, and solving a problem to the day of birth. To investigate a problem is, indeed, to solve it. 3. Oppose book worship. Whatever is written in a book is right. Such is still the mentality of culturally backward Chinese peasants. Strangely enough, within the Communist Party there are also people who always say in a discussion, "Show me where it's written in the book." When we say that a directive of a higher organ of leadership is correct, that is not just because it comes from a higher organ of leadership but because its contents conform with both the objective and subjective circumstances of the struggle and meet its requirements. It is quite wrong to take a formalistic attitude and blindly carry out directives without discussing and examining them in the light of actual conditions simply because they come from a higher organ. It is the mischief done by this formalism which explains why the line and tactics of the party do not take deeper root among the masses. To carry out a directive of a higher organ blindly, and seemingly without any disagreement, is not really to carry it out but is the most artful way of opposing or sabotaging it. The method of studying the social sciences exclusively from the book is likewise extremely dangerous and may even lead one onto the road of counter-revolution. Clear proof of this is provided by the fact that whole batches of Chinese communists who confined themselves to books in their study of the social sciences have turned into counter-revolutionaries. When we say Marxism is correct, it is certainly not because Marx was a prophet but because his theory has been proved correct in our practice and in our struggle. We need Marxism in our struggle. In our acceptance of his theory no such formalization of mystical notion as that of prophecy ever enters our minds. Many who have read Marxist books have become renegades from the revolution, whereas illiterate workers often grasp Marxism very well. Of course we should study Marxist books, but this study must be integrated with our country's actual conditions. We need books, but we must overcome book worship, which is divorced from the actual situation. How can we overcome book worship? The only way is to investigate the actual situation. For without investigating the actual situation, there is bound to be an idealist appraisal of class forces and an idealist guidance in work, resulting either in opportunism or in putschism. Do you doubt this conclusion? Facts will force you to accept it. Just try and appraise the political situation or guide the struggle without making any investigation, and you will see whether or not such appraisal or guidance is groundless and idealist and whether or not it will lead to opportunist or putschist errors. Certainly it will. This is not because of failure to make careful plans before taking action but because of failure to study the specific social situation carefully before making the plans, as often happens in our Red Army guerrilla units. Officers of the Li Ki-2 type do not discriminate when they punish the men for offenses. As a result, the offenders feel they have been unfairly treated, many disputes ensue, and the leaders lose all prestige. Does this not happen frequently in the Red Army? We must wipe out idealism and guard against all opportunist and putschist errors before we can succeed in winning over the masses and defeating the enemy. The only way to wipe out idealism is to make the effort and investigate the actual situation. The aim of social and economic investigation is to arrive at a correct appraisal of class forces and then to formulate correct tactics for the struggle. This is our answer to the question, why do we have to investigate social and economic conditions? Accordingly, the object of our investigation is all the social classes and not fragmentary social phenomena. Of late, the comrades in the Fourth Army of the Red Army have generally given attention to the work of investigation, but the method many of them employ is wrong. The results of their investigation are therefore as trivial as a grocer's accounts, or resemble the many strange tales a country bumpkin hears when he comes to town, or are like a distant view of a populous city from a mountain top. This kind of investigation is of little use and cannot achieve our main purpose. Our main purpose is to learn the political and economic situation of the various social classes. The outcome of our investigation should be a picture of the present situation of each class and the ups and downs of its development. For example, when we investigate the composition of the peasantry, not only must we know the number of owner peasants, semi-owner peasants, and tenant peasants, who are differentiated according to tenancy relationships, but more especially we must know the number of rich peasants, middle peasants, and poor peasants, who are differentiated according to class or stratum. When we investigate the composition of the merchants, not only must we know the number in each trade, such as grain, clothing, medicinal herbs, etc., but more especially we must know the number of small merchants, middle merchants, and big merchants. We should investigate not only the state of each trade, but more especially the class relations within it. We should investigate the relationships not only between the different trades but more especially between the different classes. Our chief method of investigation must be to dissect the different social classes, the ultimate purpose being to understand their interrelations, to arrive at a correct appraisal of class forces and then to formulate the correct tactics for the struggle, defining which classes constitute the main force in the revolutionary struggle, which classes are to be won over as allies and which classes are to be overthrown. This is our sole purpose. What are the social classes requiring investigation? They are the industrial proletariat, the handicraft workers, the farm laborers, the poor peasants, the urban poor, the lumpen proletariat, the master handicraftsmen, the small merchants, the middle peasants, the rich peasants, the landlords, the commercial bourgeoisie, the industrial bourgeoisie. In our investigation we should give attention to the state of all these classes or strata. Only the industrial proletariat and industrial bourgeoisie are absent in the areas where we are now working, and we constantly come across all the others. Our tactics of struggle are tactics in relation to all these classes and strata. Another serious shortcoming in our past investigations has been the undue stress on the countryside to the neglect of the towns, so that many comrades have always been vague about our tactics towards the urban poor and the commercial bourgeoisie. The development of the struggle has enabled us to leave the mountains for the plains. For we have descended physically, but we are still up in the mountains mentally. We must understand the towns as well as the countryside, or we shall be unable to meet the needs of the revolutionary struggle. 6. Victory in China's revolutionary struggle will depend on the Chinese comrades' understanding of Chinese conditions. The aim of our struggle is to attain socialism via the stage of democracy. In this task, the first step is to complete the democratic revolution by winning the majority of the working class and arousing the peasant masses and the urban poor for the overthrow of the landlord class, imperialism, and the Kuomintang regime. The next step is to carry out the socialist revolution, which will follow on the development of this struggle. The fulfillment of this great revolutionary task is no simple or easy job and will depend entirely on correct and firm tactics on the part of the proletarian party. If its tactics of struggle are wrong or irresolute and wavering, the revolution will certainly suffer temporary defeat. It must be borne in mind that the bourgeois parties, too, constantly discuss their tactics of struggle. They are considering how to spread reformist influences among the working class so as to mislead it and turn it away from Communist Party leadership, how to get the rich peasants to put down the uprisings of the poor peasants and how to organize gangsters to suppress the revolutionary struggles. In a situation when the class struggle grows increasingly acute and is waged at close quarters, the proletariat has to depend for its victory entirely on the correct and firm tactics of struggle of its own party, the Communist Party. A Communist Party's correct and unswerving tactics of struggle can in no circumstance be created by a few people sitting in an office. They emerge in the course of mass struggle, that is, through actual experience. Therefore, we must at all times study social conditions and make practical investigations. Those comrades who are inflexible, conservative, formalistic, and groundlessly optimistic think that the present tactics of struggle are perfect, that the Book of Documents 5 of the party's 6th National Congress guarantees lasting victory, and that one can always be victorious merely by adhering to the established methods. These ideas are absolutely wrong and have nothing in common with the idea that communists should create favorable new situations through struggle. They represent a purely conservative line. Unless it is completely discarded, this line will cause great losses to the revolution and do harm to these comrades themselves. There are obviously some comrades in our Red Army who are content to leave things as they are, who do not seek to understand anything thoroughly and are groundlessly optimistic, and they spread the fallacy that this is proletarian. They eat their fill and sit dozing in their offices all day long without ever moving a step and going out among the masses to investigate. Whenever they open their mouths, their platitudes make people sick. To awaken these comrades we must raise our voices and cry out to them. Change your conservative ideas without delay. Replace them by progressive and militant communist ideas. Get into the struggle. Go among the masses and investigate the facts. 7. The technique of investigation. 1. Hold fact-finding meetings and undertake investigation through discussions. This is the only way to get near the truth, the only way to draw conclusions. It is easy to commit mistakes if you do not hold fact-finding meetings for investigation through discussions but simply rely on one individual relating his own experience. You cannot possibly draw more or less correct conclusions at such meetings if you put questions casually instead of raising key questions for discussion. 2. What kind of people should attend the fact-finding meetings? They should be people well acquainted with social and economic conditions. As far as age is concerned, older people are best, because they are rich in experience and not only know what is going on but understand the causes and effects. Young people with experience of struggle should also be included, because they have progressive ideas and sharp eyes. As far as occupation is concerned, there should be workers, peasants, merchants, intellectuals, and occasionally soldiers, and sometimes even vagrants. Naturally, when a particular subject is being looked into, those who have nothing to do with it need not be present. For example, workers, peasants, and students need not attend when commerce is the subject of investigation. 3. Which is better, a large fact-finding meeting or a small one? That depends on the investigator's ability to conduct a meeting. If he is good at it, a meeting of as many as a dozen or even 20 or more people can be called. A large meeting has its advantages. From the answers you get fairly accurate statistics, e.g., in finding out the percentage of poor peasants in the total peasant population, and fairly correct conclusions, e.g., in finding out whether equal or differentiated land redistribution is better. Of course, it has its disadvantages too. Unless you are skillful in conducting meetings, you will find it difficult to keep order. So the number of people attending a meeting depends on the competence of the investigator. However, the minimum is 3, or otherwise the information obtained will be too limited to correspond to the real situation. 4. Prepare a detailed outline for the investigation. A detailed outline should be prepared beforehand, and the investigator should ask questions according to the outline, with those present at the meeting giving their answers. Any points which are unclear or doubtful should be put up for discussion. The detailed outline should include main subjects and subheadings and also detailed items. For instance, taking commerce as a main subject, it can have such subheadings as cloth, grain, other necessities, and medicinal herbs. Again, under cloth, there can be such detailed items as calico, homespun, and silk and satin. 5. Personal participation. Everyone with responsibility for giving leadership from the chairman of the township government to the chairman of the central government, from the detachment leader to the commander-in-chief, from the secretary of a party branch to the general secretary must personally undertake investigation into the specific social and economic conditions and not merely rely on reading reports. For investigation and reading reports are two entirely different things. 6. Probe deeply. Anyone new to investigation work should make 1 or 2 thorough investigations in order to gain full knowledge of a particular place, say, a village or a town, of a particular problem, say, the problem of grain or currency. Deep probing into a particular place or problem will make future investigation of other places or problems easier. 7. Make your own notes. The investigator should not only preside at fact-finding meetings and give proper guidance to those present but should also make his own notes and record the results himself. To have others do it for him is no good. Decree regarding marriage. January 28, 1931. This is the full text of a decree of the first session of the Central Executive Committee of the Chinese Soviet Republic, entitled Provisional Marriage Regulations. Under feudal domination, marriage is a barbaric and inhuman institution. The oppression and suffering borne by women is far greater than that of man. Only the victory of the workers' and peasants' revolution, followed by the first step toward the economic emancipation of men and women, brings with it a change in the marriage relationship and makes it free. In the Soviet districts, marriages now are contracted on a free basis. Free choice must be the basic principle of every marriage. The whole feudal system of marriage, including the power of parents to arrange marriage for their children, to exercise compulsion, and all purchase and sale in marriage contracts shall henceforth be abolished. Although women have obtained freedom from the feudal yoke, they are still laboring under tremendous physical handicaps, for example the binding of the feet, and have not obtained complete economic independence. Therefore, on questions concerning divorce, it becomes necessary to protect the interests of women and place the greater part of the obligations and responsibilities entailed by divorce upon men. Children are the masters of the new society. Under the old system little attention was paid to children. Consequently, special regulations have been established concerning the protection of children. These present regulations are hereby made public and shall enter into force as of December 1, 1931. Mao Zedong, Chairman of the Central Executive Committee. Xiang Ying, Chang Kuo Tao, Vice Chairman, January 28, 1931. A letter from the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army to our brothers the soldiers of the White Army on the subject of the forced occupation of Manchuria by Japanese imperialism. September 25, 1931. This is the full text of a proclamation disseminated in 1931. Soldiers, our brothers. Do not the Kuomintang militarists frequently tell you that it is your responsibility to defend the country and protect the people? But look, at present Japanese imperialist troops have already occupied all the most important cities of Manchuria. They have massacred the toiling masses of workers and peasants in Manchuria and our soldiers with guns, cannons, and bombs, and already regard Manchuria as their colony. May I ask, how are the Kuomintang militarists carrying out their responsibility to defend the country and protect the people? What do they tell you now? Confronted by such violent behavior on the part of Japanese imperialism, the Kuomintang militarists tell you we must not resist, they tell you reasonable people should submit to violence, they ask you to stretch out your neck and let the Japanese imperialist robbers butcher you, they ask you to submit peacefully and to become men without a country, slaves of Japanese imperialism. From this you can see that the Kuomintang militarists can only toady and capitulate to imperialism, can only act as the running dogs of imperialism. They cannot defend the country nor can they protect the people. And yet, for the sake of enlarging their own spheres of influence, and of exploiting and butchering the Chinese people on a still larger scale, the Kuomintang militarists have, year after year, carried on a confused military struggle among themselves. And in the name of these wars among militarists, they bravely urge you to go to the battlefield to kill your own brothers, to destroy the lives and property of the people, they levy vexing and irregular taxes, impress men into coolie service and requisition horses, they suck the last drop of blood of the toiling masses, they butcher the revolutionary workers and peasants, they force people to grow opium to poison the masses, they have created calamities, floods, drought, and famine, without precedent throughout China. In exploiting and butchering the masses they have shown great resolution and courage. Especially when the masses of workers and peasants of our Soviet area arose on their own initiative and drove out all the imperialists, overthrew the rule of the Kuomintang, confiscated all the land of the landlord class, enforced the 8-hour day, created the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army and established the Soviet government of the workers, peasants, and soldiers. All the militarists of the Kuomintang were mortally offended and manifested their resolution and courage. Once, twice, 3 times, they attacked us with the aid of the imperialists. They used airplanes, bombs, poison gas, cannons, and machine guns to butcher the people of the Soviet area. If we do not destroy them root and branch, they will definitely not leave us alone, although their attacks have all been defeated through strenuous effort by us and by masses. They are also extraordinarily brave in attacking the People's Soviet political power and the People's Red Army. Soldiers, our brothers. You have had enough of the deception and oppression of such militarists. Think for a moment. Why do you risk your lives on behalf of these militarists? Can you say you do so in order to live and feed your families? In reality, you yourselves often do not receive a copper of pay. You yourselves have neither enough to eat nor warm clothing. How can you feed a family? Your superior officers treat you like cattle, like cannon fodder. They want you to risk your lives to massacre your own worker and peasant brothers so that they can rise in rank and enrich themselves. Soldiers, our brothers. You must think of another way out. There is a way out for you, revolution. You now have guns and cannons in your hands. First kill your reactionary superior officers, then unite with the workers, peasants, and all the toiling masses of your area to overthrow the fucking Kuomintang government. Kuomintang Ti Tao Cheng Fu. Confiscate the land of the landlord class and distribute it among the poor peasants. Confiscate the food and the houses of the wealthy and distribute them among the poor. Let the workers do only 8 hours of work a day, then, organize yourselves to run your own affairs. In this way, you will have created a government of the workers, peasants, and soldiers, that is, a Soviet government. You will have become the armed force of the workers and peasants, the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. If there is a Soviet government and a Red Army near your garrison area, then when you have either taken as prisoners or killed your reactionary superior officers, present yourself there to join the Red Army. Only the Soviet government and only the Red Army can protect the interests of the workers, peasants, and soldiers, overthrow the Kuomintang, overthrow imperialism, and really defend the people. Soldiers, our brothers. Turn your guns in the opposite direction and fight to overthrow imperialism and the Kuomintang, which exploit, oppress, and butcher the Chinese laboring masses. Fight to establish the Soviet government and the Red Army of the workers, peasants, and soldiers. We, your brothers, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Red Army, truly welcome you to our ranks. Down with imperialism and the Kuomintang. Establish the workers, peasants, and soldiers' Soviet government. Long live the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. Long live the victory of the Chinese Soviet Revolution. Commander-in-Chief of the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army and Commander of the First Army. Chu Ti. Chief of the Central Political Department of the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. Mao Zedong. Commander of the Second Army of the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army, Ho Lung. Commander of the Third Army of the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. Piang Te Hui. General of the Third Army of the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army, Huang Kong Lueh. September 25, 1931. The League of Nations is a league of robbers. October 6, 1932. Extracted from a telegram of the Chinese Soviet government. Dated October 6, 1932. Workers, peasants, and soldiers of all China. Exploited masses of the whole country. The Provisional Central Government of the Chinese Soviet Republic long ago told the popular masses of the whole country that the League of Nations is a league of robbers by which the various imperialisms are dismembering China. The principal task of the Lytton Commission of Inquiry sent to China by the League was to prepare the dismemberment of China and the repression of all the revolutionary movements that have raised the flag of the Chinese Soviets. Now the Commission of Inquiry of the League of Imperialist Robbers, the Lytton Commission, has already published its report regarding the dismemberment of China. This report is an admirable document shown to the Chinese popular masses by the imperialists regarding the dismemberment they propose to inflict on China, and yet the Kuomintang, which is selling out and dishonoring the country, as well as the government which is the emanation of the Kuomintang, have accepted it completely. The Lytton Report is the bill of sale by which imperialism reduced the Chinese people to slavery. The Soviet government calls on the popular masses of the whole country to participate in an armed uprising under the direction of the Soviet government, to wage a national revolutionary war in order to tear to shreds the Lytton Report, and to oppose all the new projects of the imperialists for dismembering China, repressing the Chinese Revolution, and attacking the Soviet regions and the Soviet Union. Let us hurl out of China Japanese imperialism and all other imperialisms in order to obtain the complete liberation and independence of the Chinese people. Let us defend the Soviet Union with arms in our hands. Let us establish a close alliance between the toiling masses of China and of the Soviet Union. The Soviet government proclaims to the workers, peasants, and soldiers of the whole country, and to all the exploited popular masses, that if we really want to wage national revolutionary war and oppose the dismemberment of China by the imperialists, we must first overthrow the reactionary domination of the Kuomintang, these scavengers who pick up the scraps of the imperialist dismemberment of China, and who are repressing the national war. Preliminary conclusions of the Land Investigation Campaign. August 29, 1933. This is a translation from the document in Tou Cheng, Struggle, Number 24, August 29, 1933. Won the Great Victory. Under the call of the party and the Central Soviet government, the land investigation campaign has been unleashed widely. If we assume that the land investigation campaign in the past was merely in the initial stage, then the land investigation of 8 counties during June has achieved more than what has been accomplished over the half-year since winter. Generally speaking, in the 8 counties that have held meetings, the land investigation campaign has advanced to a new phase, having become a broad mass movement. Achievement in 2 counties, Juakan and Pashan, are the greatest, and they have searched out 2,000 and several hundred households of landlords and rich peasants, while the counties, Shengli, Yutu, Wuchang, Tingtung, Changting, Shisheng and Naiwa, all have achieved initial results. In all the districts and Xiang that have achieved results in the land investigation, a broad mass struggle has been unleashed. Many stalemate situations which prevailed in the past in the Soviet work and in the party work have now become active. Many undesirable elements in the Soviets have been washed out, and the counter-revolutionary elements who were hidden in the countryside have been dealt with severe punishments. In a word, the feudal remnant forces have suffered disastrous defeat before the broad masses. On this basis, various activities are ever more unfolded. In the regions where some results were achieved in the land investigation, the expansion of the Red Army and local armed forces, the promotion of economic construction bonds, and the growth of cooperatives, as well as the programs of culture building like clubs, evening class, and primary schools, all have gained extremely great achievements, and all the work is being carried through ever more smoothly. Based on the activeness of the masses, large numbers of activists have joined the party on their own, and are drawn into the Soviets' work. The best example is Yenshan district of Juakan. With the assistance of the Central Government Work Corps, the land investigation campaign in Yenshan has spurred the masses of the entire district, who have in 55 days, thoroughly stamped out the feudal remnants, searched out some 300 landlord and rich peasant families, 12 counter-revolutionaries, for execution, and suppressed counter-revolutionary activities. They have arrested among the Soviet war personnel, the class heretics who have sneaked into the district Soviet. The entire district has searched out a land of 22,000 mao, 0.0614 ha, and some 20,000 toiling masses in the district have each acquired in average an additional land of 1 mao and 2 mao, and were distributed countless belongings of the Hushin and landlords. Relying on the unprecedented height of mass activism, they have expanded the Red Army detachments in 55 days by some 700 people, who have joined the Juakan Model Division, without a single person deserting. They have saved grains, to sell to the Red Army, which amounted to some 1,910. No other district of the whole county can match it. At the instance of various xiang, the entire district assumed the promotional sale of economic construction bonds worth 40,000 yuan. Landlord fines and rich peasant taxes which were collected totaled 7,500 yuan, and those that can be continually raised will be 10,000 yuan. Cooperatives have grown rapidly, and the institutions of culture and education such as clubs, study classes, evening classes also have increased. The number of party members has expanded and the leadership of the party has been strengthened. The labor union work, too, has moved forward. The entire district has transformed, to breathe a fresh spirit. From one of the backward district of Juakan, it has altered its status in 55 days and became a first-rate district comparable to Wujiang. We now want to ask, why has Yenshan district achieved such a great result? That we should point out, because of their understanding of the import of the task of land investigation and because of their formula of mobilization, their class line and their mass work, which have been resolutely carried out according to the correct directives of the Central Bureau of the Soviet areas and the central government, they have performed a genuine Bolshevik work. In the way of appreciating the task, they were aware that the land investigation campaign and the Revolutionary War are closely linked together. Hence, they have carried through this task in earnest, firmly grasped the leadership of the land investigation campaign, and developed the local work systematically. In the way of the mobilization formula, they firmly grasped the work of the most and relatively backward 7 xiang among the 11 xiang of the entire district. In these 7 xiang Soviets they mobilized the labor unions, poor peasant corps and other mass organizations through which they went out to mobilize the broad masses. In the way of the class line they resolutely executed the tactic of relying on the hired hands and poor peasant in alliance with the middle peasants, thus broadly developing the poor peasant corps. They explained that land investigation is not land distribution and that class examination is not to examine the class of the middle and poor peasants and hired hands. The work of class talk has been done very sufficiently. When the landlords and rich peasants of Wofengxiang intimidated the middle peasants and drove a section of them into panic, our comrades paid a visit to several middle peasants and talked to them individually. After they had relayed the talk to other middle peasants, the middle peasants of Wofengxiang began to quiet down immediately. Actively supported by the land investigation policy of the Xiang Soviet, they the middle peasants have moved into a joint attack on the landlords and rich peasants, from whom they have endured extortions previously, along with the poor peasants and hired hands. Comrades in Gentine district have once incorrectly classified the status of several peasant families, but they have promptly corrected the mistake. As for directing the mass work, they first of all conducted widespread propaganda. What they held was not a district-wide or Xiang-wide meeting but a village or residence meeting. Thus they got access to the broader masses for whom they have repeatedly conducted propaganda and agitation. Therefore, the masses of the entire district have come to understand clearly that the landlord investigation and class examination are their own responsibility and that they are for their own interests. They then went on to investigate class status. They spurred many people to go out to investigate. Gathering data in detail on each status was decided first through the analysis of the Land Investigation Committee, which was then referred to the Poor Peasant Corps for discussion and confirmation. It was further sent to the District Soviet for approval. Again, it was sent back to the concerned village to hold a meeting for further explanation and approval by a show of hands, and then the confiscation was executed. In distributing the property as well as the land, all the working personnel understood that they ought to be exemplary, not to take things but to distribute them entirely among the masses, allocation more to the village directly involved in the confiscation, and less to other villages. Thus they obtained complete satisfaction from the masses. The land was also promptly distributed. While the land elsewhere was distributed only after a prolonged delay, there was no such a phenomenon in Gentine district. Hence, it promptly spurred the masses. Their method of first breaking into large and backward villages was also correct. They had no fear of these large villages, nor did they employ barbarous methods to deal with them. What they did with regard to the large villages was to concentrate firepower on them, making more and more propaganda beginning with local activists to unite and educate them, and through them they reached out to other masses. With great patience they went on to carry through the village, the work of this nature. In appearance it looked tedious but in practice it was fast. In a period of 55 days they have spurred without exception all the large backward villages of Zhengtin district and in a very short time stamped out backwardness of these villages. They could not break into a village of Pakangxiang. There were previously 2 big tigers who were restive all the time. They took a different method. First they captured these 2 rascals and convicted them in circuit court held in the locality. With the masses' enthusiastic support they were executed by a firing squad. Thereupon the mass struggle became intensive like a violent fire. They held 10 mass tribunals and 3 circuit courts. All these followed the extremely broad mass line with many residents of the xiang attending and other xiang sending representatives from each village, a small xiang sending a score of people or so, a large xiang 40 to 50 people. Therefore, every public trial and the result of a tribunal were all at once relayed to the xiang and all villages of the entire district. It enabled them not only to punish or execute individuals who deserved it, but also to think immediately that the same dealing will have to be accorded to similar evildoers in their own locality. The land investigation campaign in Zhengtin district can truly be regarded as a model for all the Soviet areas. The work in Kaiyuepao district of Juakan has achieved an extremely great result. They first firmly grasped 3 xiang to work on. They called members of the Land Investigation Committee of each xiang to attend a 3-day training session in the District Soviet, where the mobilization formula, the class line, and the method of winning the masses were clearly discussed. They initiated a measure for the problem of confiscation and distribution. Their measure has been that, in confiscation a landlord household, they called upon the masses of the village and the household to go together to a mass meeting where a confiscation and distribution committee was selected. Under the surveillance of the masses they proceeded to the confiscation, piling up the confiscated items on the terrace. Again with the masses' consent, they immediately distributed them to the masses who deserved. Edible items also called for disposal, that is, letting the people have a hearty eating together, slaughtering hogs and cooking rice. This measure in Kaiyuepao district has scored the maximum effectiveness. Since their confiscation and distribution committee was not a standing organization but a provisional one, it has greatly enhanced intimate relations with the masses. With regard to the confiscation and distribution of land, it was still assumed by the regular land committee. It did not require all the items to be carried to the xiang Soviet nor did it have to concentrate on a certain number of households only before taking up the distribution in others. It has thus avoided the shortcoming of being procrastinated and things being stolen away in the meanwhile. Like the class line and the work method in Kaiyuepao district they were also generally correct. Therefore, they could spur the broad masses to commence the class examination on their own. They have carried it through in such a way that not a single landlord or rich peasant came to the xiang Soviet or district Soviet to dispute his status. It was completely different from the land investigation of the past. In the past there were after all many landlords and rich peasants who had been classified, came to the Soviet for nuisance, arguing that they had been incorrectly classified. Not only the persons themselves but also even a xiang representative and the man in charge of the poor peasant corps came on their behalf to testify. This time, naturally, not only did they make no nuisance, but they could not do so even if they wanted to. Not a single person of the clans and relatives came to their assistance. There was no possibility for them to make fuss as their power was shorn off. This even proves that Kaiyuepao district has been extremely thorough in spurring the masses. Otherwise, it was impossible to carry it through to this extent. All these glorious exemplary instances, the instances of this type are still many elsewhere, have given a Bolshevik reply to the call of the party and the central government and have proven the absolute correctness of the directives of the Central Bureau and the central government. Whenever these directives were completely carried through, great victory was at once won. Whoever betrayed or ignored these directives, however, he committed mistakes in his work, achieved little or no result. Let me prove it again with facts. Some places have given up the leadership of the land investigation campaign. In the combat task of the land investigation campaign, after the Central Bureau issued the resolution on the land investigation, after the central government decreed the land investigation, and after the 8-county conference on land investigation was convened, the land investigation campaign in various counties has not spread to all the places. For instance, the result of the land investigation in the entire province of Fujian was comparable only to that of one county alone, i.e. Poshan. The result even in each of the counties Shengli, Yutu, Huichang, and Shisheng was comparable only to that of one or two best districts of Zhuocan County. Many land investigation committees in various districts, as well as a few counties, have not firmly grasped the work of a district-wide or county-wide land investigation, Huichang, Yutu, Shisheng, and Ninghua. In many districts and Xiang land investigation committees, district and Xiang Soviet chairman did not assume leadership on the plea of being preoccupied elsewhere and left the land investigation unattended. As for the party's leadership in the land investigation, in places where achievements were made in land investigation, it has been clearly demonstrated that the party's leadership role has been resolute. The majority of the rank and file of the party has engaged in numerous combat programs with Bolshevik bravery under the leadership of the branch and district committees. In places where little or no achievement was made, however, it has been demonstrated that the party organs have ignored the land investigation campaign. For instance, after the Central Bureau's resolution on the land investigation was issued, the Huichang County Committee has not even once discussed the land investigation work for nearly 2 months. Not until the end of July did it hold a meeting to discuss the land investigation. The Shaishio District Committee of Zhuocan County has entirely left the land investigation campaign unattended over a period of time. Ward committees of Zhuocan City, though held a meeting once, did not push forward the suburban branches to head the leadership of land investigation, while each branch did not hold any meeting on the land investigation campaign. At other places like Yutu, Shengli, Shisheng, and Ninghua, the county committees and many district committees have not likewise exerted real efforts at paying attention to the land investigation work. The party and the central government stated that the land investigation campaign has become a struggle to spur the masses and deeply penetrate the rural classes and a powerful method to thoroughly resolve the land question and purge the feudal and semi-feudal forces. The Central Bureau's resolution, that the land investigation campaign is the task, which the Soviets in various places cannot allow to relax for a moment, the central government's decree, and that the land investigation campaign is a most principal link of the present work. Conclusion of the 8-county conference. Nevertheless, many of our comrades stated that they were very busy and have no time to attend to the land investigation campaign. The party resolution stated, to handle the land investigation campaign with a perfunctory attitude of bureaucratism and formalism is most harmful. Notwithstanding, these comrades handled the land investigation campaign with the style of bureaucratism. 3. In certain places the party has surrendered to the landlords and rich peasants. In places where the land investigation campaign has been unleashed, there are yet many individual but serious mistakes. That is to say, in these local party organs and Soviets there appeared frequently some individual comrades who have manifested their opportunistic vacillations in the land investigation campaign, which is a violent class struggle. Mainly, when the land investigation campaign was undergoing violent development, they could not forsake clannish and parochial relations and covered up the landlords and rich peasants of the same clan and the same village, or they made an incorrect analysis of class status by classifying a landlord as a rich peasant and a rich peasant, a middle peasant. Some comrades working in the tribunal department have accepted, out of their extreme inadvertence, slanderous charges against those who were active in the land investigation, made by the landlords and rich peasants in the false name of the masses. On the other hand, we had some comrades in the Security Bureau as well as the Tribunal Department who could not keep up with the masses in pushing forward the struggle for class examination and in suppressing the counter-revolutionaries vigorously. Even when the masses made a request for arrest and execution by a firing squad of the landlords and rich peasants who had resisted the land investigation, some of them did not honor their request. For instance, the Tribunal Department of Zhuocan made many mistakes like this. For the tendency to encroach upon the middle peasants is the most serious danger. The tendency of left opportunism occurred again in very many places during the land investigation of July. What should be pointed out emphatically here is the tendency to encroach upon the middle peasants, though it was clearly stated in the Central Bureau's resolution that special attention must be focused on the alliance with the middle peasants, who will be the broadest basic masses in rural Soviets after the revolution. All our treatments and policies must win their approval and support. Every decision of the Poor Peasant Corps and the Soviet must have the support of the middle peasantry, secured through a village or residence meeting. All the voices of the middle peasant masses must be heard with care, and any attempt to encroach upon the interests of the middle peasantry must be severely dealt with. In the summary of the 8-county conference, it was pointed out that the aim of the land investigation is to examine classes and not to redistribute the land. Alliance with the middle peasantry should start with non-encroachment of the interests of the middle peasants. In the beginning of the land investigation, we should make widespread propaganda to the effect that the Soviet policy is to ally with the middle peasantry, not to encroach upon them. In the process of land investigation, we should carefully determine the uncertain elements between the middle peasants and the rich peasants as not to misplace them. But these directives were not heeded by comrades in many places. The land investigation in the confines of Juakan, once underway, has proceeded to examine the middle peasants, house by house and Mao by Mao, so much so that it drove them to panic. In the end, they rushed to the Soviet to ask for reclassification of their status into poor peasants. They argued that, to be a middle peasant is very dangerous, for one would become a rich peasant if stretched. Change to a poor peasant, for it is a bit far away from becoming a rich peasant. Does not such a despairing voice merit our attention? Comrades in Yangkoxiang of Huangpo district have told the masses, class examination is not for examining others, but only to examine the middle and rich peasant and landlord classes. Comrades in Taking district have investigated so exhaustively by putting up markings, that it has caused the same panic among the middle peasants. In the conclusion of the 8-county conference, it was already stated that such an idea as to assume that the land investigation is one of putting up markings is not correct. However, these comrades did not pay heed to it at all. This method of such an exhaustive investigation by markings has appeared in every county. This is an extraordinarily serious situation. They have mixed up the land investigation for the land distribution. But if this method is to be employed in the land investigations campaign, it would confound the objective of the struggle in the villages. In the past, we pointed out that land investigation and land distribution must be strictly distinguished. Such a distinction is to be made not only for consolidating the land ownership of peasants so as not to cause panic out of the ill-defined land distribution, but also for victory in the struggle for class examination. We must concentrate all our energy, particularly in alliance with the middle peasants, to cope with the resistance of the landlords and rich peasants. In such an event, we should not allow any dispute to take place within the ranks of peasants themselves. Conclusion of the 8-county conference. Such a tactic is a most important part of the whole strategy in our leadership of the struggle of land investigation. Nevertheless, it was what many comrades had still neglected. Such a negligence cannot be tolerated again, even for a moment. Those who have been admonished but still deliberately continue these mistakes, must be meted out with severe punishments by the higher Soviet of the locality. We need to wage thorough struggle within the party and youth league against the idea and action of any party or youth league members who encroach upon the interests of the middle peasants and violate the strategy of alliance with the middle peasants. In places where mistakes are already committed by confiscating, for example, the property and land of the middle peasant, the Soviet personnel should publicly admit their mistakes to the middle peasants in the locality and should redeem them forthwith. That Shangqiu County reinstituted many lands of the middle peasants last year, thus to win their satisfaction, is a very valuable lesson. 5. Closed-doorism of the Poor Peasant Corps and its negligence of the leadership role of the hired hands are wrong. Poor peasant masses are the pillars of the party and the proletariat in the countryside and are the resolute supporters of a thoroughgoing execution of the land revolution. To rely on the poor peasants is one of our important policies in the land investigation and in all the struggles for land. The Poor Peasant Corps is the organization that plays an extremely important role here. The 8-county Poor Peasant Corps Representatives Conference has already pointed out that the past tendency of closed-doorism of the Poor Peasant Corps was wrong, and that the system of introduction should be discarded, and that the door should be kept wide open to the poor peasants and workers so that they, male and female, old and young, can all apply and join. In many places, however, the old method is still being followed and remains unchanged. Without introduction one still cannot join the poor peasant corps. Worse still, when non-member poor peasant masses in Taking district of Juakan had rushed to attend a poor peasant corps meeting, the man in charge of the corps simply refused to admit them. In Chuchajan district of Pashan, the poor peasant corps did not admit even a single person during the month of July. In all the districts in Xiang where the land investigation has gained results, the poor peasant corps has developed broadly, and in places where the land investigation has gained no or little result, the phenomenon there is that the poor peasant corps is in the state of closed-doorism. Likewise, the great leadership role of the hired hands in the land investigation campaign was not appreciated by many comrades. The party resolution stated, "The masses of the hired hands, who are brothers of the urban proletariat in the countryside, are the vanguard of the land revolution." Hence, the working personnel in the Soviets must maintain close contact with the rural labor unions, through which activism of the masses of the rural workers can be developed and organized in order to make them the vanguard of the land investigation campaign. Our comrades who have carried work according to this directive are still few in number. The principal method here is to have the rural workers join up the poor peasant corps and set up within it individual small groups of workers. Through these workers' small groups Siotsu we should go out to unite poor peasant activists, develop the poor peasant corps, and promote advancement of the land investigation campaign. The experience in Shanhojiang of Huangpo district is valuable. When our comrades there twice failed to convene a poor peasant corps meeting, they held a joint meeting of the rank-and-file members of the Agricultural Labor Union and the Handicraft Labor Union and spurred a few dozen workers to arise actively so that they each bring a poor peasant to join the poor peasant corps. On the following day the poor peasant corps again convened a meeting to which all attended as anticipated, and thus unleashed the land investigation campaign. This experience in Shanhojiang should be employed in all the villages. The high-level leadership organs of the labor unions here should provide the low-level labor unions with positive leadership so as to regard the task of land investigation as one of the important tasks of the unions. 6. The incorrect idea about the question of rich peasants. Our entire strategy in the agrarian struggle is to depend on the poor peasants, to resolutely ally with the middle peasants, to enable the poor peasants to play the vanguard role, and to unite all the revolutionary forces in order to eliminate the landlord class and combat the rich peasants. Concerning the question of rich peasants, the party has already correctly stated, we must clearly distinguish the landlord from the rich peasant. In the unrelenting struggle to eliminate the landlord remnants, we must under no circumstances allow any attempt to eliminate the rich peasantry. During the land investigation of July, we have not yet found a theory openly advocating the elimination of the rich peasants, but we found the phenomenon in many places in which a rich peasant element was treated as a landlord, thereby confiscating all his family property. The origin of this mistake is due to the elimination of labor power of the rich peasant. When we stated that those who possess no labor power or only incidental labor power and exploit rent for land are landlords, in some places those who employed a considerable number of laboring elements in production, which was thus considered a kind of incidental labor power, were construed as landlords. In some places the rich peasants who concurrently practiced usurious exploitation were regarded as usurers. Such rich peasants were treated in accordance with the measures of eliminating usurers. In some places, old accounts were settled by going back to some years prior to the 1925-271 revolution. Someone who had employed regular farmhand 5 to 6 years or even a dozen years or so before the revolution were also regarded as rich peasants, or well-to-do middle peasants who had employed regular farmhand merely for 1 or 2 years and have since never done so were also thrown into the rich peasant category. Even more serious was the case in the past in a certain place of Shangqiu County. The method there differentiated the landlords from the rich peasants by the type and extent of exploitation. Those who practiced 3 kinds of exploitation were called landlords, 2 kinds rich peasants. For instance, if one has hired regular farmhand, collected rent, and also extended loans, he was in short classified as a landlord regardless of how many people there were then in that family who could work. There was also the question of reactionary rich peasants, which turned out to be considerable absurdity in many places. In Huiyang district there was a rich peasant family who was also a merchant having 7 people to feed. In the past a member of the family who had joined the AB Corps was killed 2 years ago. Because of this, comrades there, 2 years later, insisted that they must confiscate the entire family property. In many other places a similar incident took place. Many of the masses demanded punitive measures against those rich peasants who, prior to the uprising, had taken part in, not very serious, counter-revolutionary activity, like participating in the type of collecting 30% rent in grain, as in Juakan, and have not since taken part in any counter-revolutionary activity over the post-uprising years, and some of our comrades wanted, of necessity, to confiscate their property. Correctly speaking, our measure of dealing with the rich peasant elements of this type should be different in tactics in the consolidated region and in the non-consolidated region and in the non-consolidated border region. In the border region, unquestionably we employ a strict method of suppressing all the counter-revolutionary elements including the rich peasants. In the central area it should be determined according to situations. Those who have committed a serious counter-revolutionary action prior to the uprising or those who are still engaged in counter-revolutionary activity should of course be subjected to resolute confiscation. Others should not be subjected to confiscation. Except the person in a certain family and the elements who are directly involved with him in counter-revolutionary activity, other people should not be subjected to confiscation. Such will be the correct treatment. 7. The Department of the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection has not assumed its own responsibility and committed some mistakes. Many of our comrades in the Department of the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection do not understand that the duration of the land investigation campaign is the best opportunity to commence a thorough struggle, to combat bureaucratism, corruption, and passive sabotage, and to drive class heretics out of the Soviet organs. Our work on these elements has been extraordinarily inadequate. Many of our comrades in the Department of the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection have demonstrated, in the face of this violent class struggle, their passivism and vacillations, and their bureaucratism and formalism. In some extreme cases, for instance, the chief of the section of the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection of the Municipal Soviet of Juakan and the chief of the Tribunal section of the Municipal Soviet of Baopi committed an exceedingly serious crime of corruption, embezzlement of some 1,000 yuan of public funds. The chief of the section of the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection of THIRD district neither criticized nor arrested the chairman of the district Soviet who has abandoned and neglected the land investigation campaign. In some places the prosecution drive of the Department of Workers' and Peasants' Inspection has again gone into another wrong direction by treating the question of love as decadent and the taking of things of landlords as corrupt. They proceeded to prosecute these elements even on public trial. In some places they dismissed those who committed trivial mistakes in their duties, and they did not initiate self-criticism systematically to commence a thorough struggle. They spared themselves with this arduous work and substituted a simplified punitism for it. Needless to say, those among the working personnel of the Soviets who committed chronic and serious mistakes should be washed out resolutely, but to dismiss from duties those whose mistakes did not reach this extent is an excess. As to the question of class heretics, it generally concerns only one's class origin, not one's work. Only if one's background happens to be bad is he called a class heretic, and is dismissed regardless of how long a history of struggle he has behind him, regardless of how correctly he has carried on the policy of the party and Soviet in the past and at present. True, we should resolutely wash out those class heretics and should without question wash out those whose class origin is bad and whose work is also bad, including the landlords, rich peasants, passive saboteurs, and corrupt and decadent elements. But if those who are not in this category are to be purged, it is an excess. 8. On the art of leadership in the land investigation struggle. If we understand the task and policy and yet if we do not possess the Bolshevik art of leading the mass struggle, we still cannot commence the land investigation campaign. In the opening of this essay mention has been made of very many good examples of leading the struggle in the places like Gentin district and others, but in many others places many mistakes were committed over this question. In some places we did now know how to use various methods to spur the struggle in the large backward villages where the landlords and rich peasants were concentrated. That is to say, if such a large village existed, we should first of all capture the most notoriously bad Hushin and landlords whom the masses called big tigers. Only this way can we initiate the struggle in the locality. Nevertheless, our comrades did not do this way. As regards the best method to spur the mass struggle through the utilization of the distribution of the confiscated items, they did not know how to use it in many places. In Watsuxiang of Tiaking district of Juakan they distributed things, worst of all, only to land investigation cadres and poor peasants' corps members while issuing none to others. The reason was that if one was not active he does not deserve it. In some places the distribution of confiscated things was very slow. In some extreme cases even when a month or so has passed after confiscation, distribution to the masses was not done. The distribution of the confiscated land was even more slower. Comrades in quite a few places did not know how to mobilize various departments of the Soviets and mass organizations, nor did they know how to mobilize the available party and youth league members to play the nucleus leadership role in the mass organizations, villages, and residences. Unable to push forward the work, they said there had been no way out here at the outset. In some places with the mass struggle for class examination already in full swing, many people came to report on the landlords and rich peasants and asked for examination and confiscation. At the time comrades could not immediately seize on the popular enthusiasm to lead the masses to further the struggle so as to carry the work of class examination into the villages. In some places, when the popular zeal in struggle, after a round of investigation, could not continue to surge upward and reached the state of stalemate, our comrades were unable to use various methods to invigorate the masses, to make the struggle continually surge upward, leading right up to the stage of eliminating all the feudal remnants. In many places, when the mass zeal in struggle, after going through the land investigation campaign, had erupted, they did not know how to organize the zeal of this sort into other fronts. For instance, when the masses did secure things and land, they did not then at the mass meeting or at all other propitious opportunities incite the masses to enlist in the Red Army, purchase public bonds, to join cooperatives, to accelerate the harvest work and autumn cultivation, to set up clubs and study groups, and to develop evening and primary schools. They missed such a best opportunity, and only until the high-level organ pressed for these did they start all over again to wage propaganda and agitation. Such a leadership of tailism, following behind the popular enthusiasm in struggle, is the most harmful one to the revolutionary work. In many other places, on the other hand, there occurred again the evil phenomenon of savagery by a few people. We have emphasized that, in combating the apathy in winning a great majority of the masses and the work style of commandism, we only need to be persevering and enduring with the work of spurring and winning the masses. Only then can we gain the support of the great majority of the masses and reach the goal of eliminating the feudal remnants. Such a mass work is the only guarantee for executing the class line. The land investigation campaign should commence a broad propaganda in all the villages and residences, to expound to the masses the need of the land investigation campaign, explaining that the land investigation is not a land distribution, and that the class examination is not to examine the classes of middle and poor peasant and farmhand. Particularly important is to give a clear analysis as to what constitutes landlords, rich and middle peasants. Village and residence meetings should not be held only once. Especially, backward villages and residences should hold more than one meeting and should not let a single person of the revolutionary masses get away from listening to our propaganda. To reach this goal we should first explain clearly to all the active elements in the Representative Council of the Xiang Soviet, labor unions, poor peasant corps, women workers and peasants associations, as well as other mass organizations, through whom we should wage propaganda to the broad masses. Class examination should be carried out not by a few people but by sparring many people. Passage of class status should be made not merely by the poor peasant corps, the Xiang Soviet, and the district Soviet, but by a mass meeting held in the village or residence of the confiscates to secure popular approval. Only then can confiscation be carried out. In distributing assets, we should issue them to the people of the village or residence involved to win popular satisfaction. All this is to win a great majority of the masses. The working personnel of the party and Soviet should not lose sight of the great majority of the masses on every occasion and in every work. The masses we should face up to is the great majority of the masses. The deepening of our work among the masses is to penetrate the masses in all the villages, large or small, and in all the cities and towns, large or small. We should strictly combat the mistaken method of closed-doorism and commandism followed by a minority. Our comrades in many places, however, have never done their work this way. In Zhuokan County, there are very many districts and xiang where not one class discussion has been held with the masses. No analysis has been made as to what constitutes landlords, rich and middle peasants. In many places of Zhuokan and other counties it was discovered that they just set out to investigate classes in every instance without going through propaganda so as to drive the landlords and rich peasants to fabricate rumors and cheat the middle peasants, or say that there were very many landlords and rich peasants in the xiang, or state that there were a few hundred landlord families who were going to be investigated. Zhuokan. Furthermore, our comrades did not know clearly the method of conducting class talks to break up this kind of rumor. Landlords in Guangchun said, the land investigation is what the central government is going to make those who did not pay debt in the past, pay their debt to the central government. Yet our comrades did not go out immediately to break and expose such a devilish talk. In several xiang of Tiaking district they not only did not wage any propaganda, but the class examination was undertaken merely by a few people of the Land Investigation Committee. Passage of class status did neither go through the mass meeting nor through the poor peasant corps. They said, the masses are unreliable and do not know how to analyze classes. To bring up class status at the mass meeting for passage is to cause dispute. It is all the more reliable to have it passed by the Land Investigation Committee alone. This theory of the comrades in Tiaking district can truly be a fantastic story in the whole world. In goodly many places landlords and their properties were confiscated not in the daytime but in the evening. The only reason was that they were afraid that the landlords would run away. In one place a mass meeting was held using the technique of holding an all-district meeting, but no more than a couple or hundred of people attended. 3 people took turns to speak from the morning to the afternoon, not letting the masses take intermissions, nor letting them drink water or eat. They said that they were afraid that the masses would run away. Such a barbarous method can also be a fantastic one of its kind. 9. Develop a two-front struggle to overcome the mistakes and win a thorough victory in the land investigation campaign. Undoubtedly the land investigation campaign has been unleashed over vast areas. However, when this campaign is in progress, when we correctly estimate the achievement already gained and consolidate the foundation of growth of the campaign, we should yet realize with vigilance obstacles to be encountered in the course of the campaign. Only through the unleashing of the firepower of the two-front struggle to clear away these obstacles, can we advance the land investigation campaign even more rapidly. To start the fight against the rightist thought, to combat the underestimation of the grave significance of the land investigation campaign, to combat the compromise and the surrender to the landlords and rich peasants, and to combat the tailism in leadership of the mass struggle, are the responsibility of every Communist Party member. At the same time, attention of all the party members should be focused on the danger of encroaching on the middle peasants, and a severe blow should be dealt to any attempt to violate the interests of the middle peasants, for this is the sufficiently serious danger which has been manifested in the present work of land investigation. Incorrect ideas about the rich peasants, too, will undoubtedly affect the middle peasants. All barbarous acts of commandism are of the greatest harm to the alliance with the middle peasants. Only upon elimination of all obstacles in the course of the land investigation campaign by the firepower of the two-front struggle, the campaign will make great strides forward, and its thorough victory will be sufficiently assured. The land investigation campaign is the central important task in the vast Soviet areas. August 31, 1933. Taken from Hung Chi Jopao, Red Flag Weekly, number 59, August 31, 1933. All the past experiences prove that only through the correct solution of the land question, only through the resolute class slogan under which the flame of class struggle in the countryside is whipped up to the highest degree, can we spur the broad peasant masses to participate under the leadership of the proletariat in the revolutionary war, in the construction of the Soviet areas in the various spheres, and in the building of a firm revolutionary base to further strengthen the Soviet movement and score greater progress and victory. According to the experience in developing the land revolution, the growth of class struggle in the countryside calls for 3 general stages to follow, namely, 1. The stage of land confiscation and distribution, 2. The stage of land investigation, 3. The stage of land construction. Based on the 3 stages of development in the land struggle, there exist generally 3 types of regions regardless of any Soviet area, namely, 1. The region where the struggle has deepened, 2. The region where the struggle has relatively fallen behind, 3. The region where the struggle is newly developing. In the newly developing region, the development of land struggle is still at the stage of land confiscation and distribution. The central question at this stage is to overturn by armed power the political power of the landlord class, to establish a revolutionary provisional political power, the Revolutionary Committee, to build a local armed force of the workers and peasants as well as revolutionary mass organizations, to confiscate the land and property belonging to the landlord class plus the land of rich peasants to be divided among the hired hands, poor peasants, middle peasants, to give the rich peasants the poor land, to nullify debts and to burn land titles and eas. Involved in the struggle at this stage is the whole range of struggle in which the revolution commences battle with the counter-revolution by the revolution and implementing the disposition of their land and property. In the region where the struggle has deepened, a firm Soviet political power has been established and local armed forces and revolutionary mass organizations have developed extensively. The feudal forces of landlords and rich peasants have been completely defeated and the land has been thoroughly distributed. The struggle of the peasant masses over the land question has advanced to the stage of improving the soil and developing soil productivity. Therefore, the central question here is one of land construction. In the region where the struggle has fallen behind, its stage of development is between the 2 stages mentioned above. It has moved into the period of a formal political power from that of a provisional political power, but it has not yet reached the period completely consolidating the political power. Here the open counter-revolutionary struggle of the landlords and rich peasants have been defeated by the revolutionary masses in the first period. From that time on, many of these elements would turn about, take off their counter-revolutionary mask and put on the revolutionary mask. They too approve the revolution and the land redistribution as well, and call themselves poor peasants and demand that the land be distributed to them accordingly. They act actively by virtue of their historical advantage in that, come to think of talking, they can talk, come to think of writing, they can write. Therefore, during the first period they have taken advantage of the opportunity to snatch away the fruit of land revolution. Facts in many places proved that they are dominating the provisional political power by sneaking into the local armed forces and manipulating the revolutionary organizations to get more and better land than what the poor peasants have obtained. Having moved into the second, some of those sham revolutionary elements have been washed out because of the pressure of the upper-level government as well as the advancement of mass struggle, and because the Revolutionary Committee has been reconstructed into the Soviet, and the mass organizations and local armed forces have undergone the preliminary reform and further growth. In many places the land has been divided twice, even 3 or 4 times, and the land stolen by the landlords and rich peasants has been in par liquidated. However, there are still many class heretics hidden among the Soviet mass organizations and local armed forces. There they carry red ribbons to be called comrades, there they fabricate rumors and hold secret meetings, there they accuse the masses of left opportunism, of random beating of local bullies, and of public revenge for private animosity. Or they speak articulately at a meeting but carry out none after the meeting. When the struggle becomes violent, they organize secret counter-revolutionary organizations like the KMT, the Social Democratic Party, the AB Corps, and a new Communist Party, as well as all kinds of things, to subvert the revolution and try to murder revolutionary activities. In short, the landlord and rich peasant classes suppress the mass struggle through various methods and attempt to preserve their rights to political power, land, and property and perpetuate their remaining feudal forces. In these regions serious struggles are being waged between the revolutionary masses and the landlords and rich peasants. The struggle here, however, is not like the open struggle between the Red Banner during the first period but a struggle between the revolutionary peasant masses and the masked landlords and rich peasants elements. The struggle of this kind has its special difficulty, that is, the peasant masses cannot as nearly clearly recognize at a first glance hidden counter-revolutionary as the open counter-revolutionary. In addition, in view of the various deep-rooted feudal relations like the clannish ones, it is not an easy matter for the peasants to attain the degree of class consciousness, so that they can generally recognize that the feudal remnants should be stamped out eventually. This means that the Communist Party and the Soviet government must certainly be patient in explaining to the peasants, they must engage in many trying tasks, and that they must have the correct class line and the correct method of the mass work. The central question here is the question of land investigation and class investigation. Unless this question is solved, revolutionary activeness of the peasant masses cannot be developed to the fullest, feudal remnant forces cannot be completely smashed, nor the Soviet can carry on the important tasks as to attain the maximum degree of consolidation and expansion of the Red Army, to expand the local armed forces and implement land construction as well as economic construction, and to develop culture and education. Otherwise, in no way can all this gain its maximum success. Therefore, land investigation campaign is the most central and most important task in these regions. Speaking of the Central Soviet area, i.e. Kiangsi Soviet, most part of the area constitute the regions where the struggle of this kind has relatively fallen behind, such as the 13 whole counties, Huichang, Shenyu, Anyuan, Shenfeng, Lon, Yahuang, Quangchang, Shisheng, Jianing, Lichuan, Ninghua, Changting, and Wuping, most of the counties like Juakan, Yetu, Poshan, Shengli, and Yongfeng, portions of the counties like Kungluo, Wantai, Kanshan, Shanghang, Yongting, and Sichuan, and even the county Shangqiu, too has two districts, Chunchun and Huangtang. All these represent the regions where the land question has not yet been thoroughly resolved. The peasant masses of these regions have not yet been spurred broadly, the feudal forces have not yet been beaten decisively, and in the Soviets, in the mass organizations, and in the local armed forces, there are still numerous class heretics who are surreptitiously active, there are still numerous counter-revolutionary secret organizations which are secretly engaging in the subversion of the revolution. For this reason, war mobilization and economic and cultural construction all have fallen far behind the advanced areas. Nearly the entire county of Shangqiu, section of the counties Shengli, Kanshan, Wantai, Kungluo, Yongfeng, and Shanghang, Huangpo district of Poshan, Wuiyang district of Juakan, Shenhou district of Yetu, Sinan district of Yongting, and etc. These regions occupy nearly 80% of the Central Soviet area in acreage and contain more than 2 million people. In this vast area, to carry out an all-round deepening land investigation campaign, to kindle to the maximum degree the flame of class struggle among the masses of 2 million people and more, to wage a final war against the feudal forces to destroy them once and for all, are the tasks that the Communist Party and the Soviet government cannot afford to relax for a moment. Report to the Second National Congress of Workers' and Peasants' Representatives. January 23, 1934. This is a report presented by Comrade Mao before the Second National Congress of Workers' and Peasants' Deputies, held in Juakan in Kiangsi, on January 23, 1934. Extracted from Chinese Workers' Correspondence, Shanghai, Volume 4. Number 11, March 31, 1934. Please also see Mao's article Our Economic Policy, SW, Vol. I, p. 141. 1. The present situation and development of Soviet movement. 2 years have elapsed since the first National Soviet Congress convened. Facts and events of the past 2 years tell us that the imperialist Kuomintang rule has further declined in the process of its debacle while the Soviet movement proceeded and developed vigorously towards its victory. Now we have arrived at the era when the Chinese Revolution has become further acute and the whole world is passing its transitory period leading to a new turn of war and revolution. The opposition of the socialist world to the capitalist world has become much sharper. On the one hand, the socialist construction in the Soviet Union and the peace policy of the Soviet government have achieved sweeping success, all conducive to the consolidation of the position of the Soviet Union, in sharp contradiction to the capitalist world where the ever-sharpening of the economic crises has led the imperialist powers to seek a workable solution in the attack on the Soviet Union and China. Preparations for the intervention against the Soviet Union have never ceased for a single minute while the imperialist division of China and the intervention against the Chinese Revolution are in full swing. But the world proletariat revolution and the revolution of the oppressed nations are extending in every direction precisely under the influence of the successful socialist construction in the Soviet Union and in face of the menace of the imperialist crisis and war. A part of the world revolution, the Chinese Revolution, is growing out of the sharpening of the national crisis, the collapse of national economy, the success of the Soviet movement at an accelerated pace, resulting in pushing the Chinese Revolution to the foreground in the world revolution. The dominating factors of the present Chinese situation are wide civil war, death and life struggle between revolution and counter-revolution, sharp contrast between the worker-peasant Soviet power and the Kuomintang power of landlords and bourgeoisie. On the one hand, the Soviet power is summoning, organizing, and leading the countrywide masses to fight in national revolutionary war to overthrow the rule of landlords and bourgeoisie throughout the country, to oust imperialism from oppression and exploitation by imperialists and Kuomintang, to save the country from colonization and to build up Soviet China of complete freedom, independence, and territorial integrity. The growing acute contrast between the two powers cannot but promote the death and life struggle between them to assume more and more violent proportions. It had now come to the decisive historical stage of the struggle. The Kuomintang is launching its fifth offensive against us. The historical task of the Soviet power is to summon, to organize, and to lead all revolutionary masses both in the Soviet districts and in other parts of the country to fight in this decisive war, to mobilize broad worker-peasant masses to join the Red Army, to improve the political, cultural, and technical levels of the Red Army, to enlarge the local armed forces and partisans, to agitate for broad partisan wars, to strengthen the concentrated and unified leadership of the Soviet over all Soviet districts and Red Army, to strengthen the working speed and quality of the Soviet work in every field, to strengthen the financial and economical work of the Soviet so as to guarantee the material demands of the revolutionary war, to develop the class struggle of the working masses, to organize the revolutionary initiative of the working masses into the struggle of smashing the fifth offensive of the enemy, to develop the agrarian revolution of the peasants, to mobilize the broad masses to fight for the acquisition and protection of land, to call all working and peasant masses of the Soviet districts and throughout China to fight with all efforts and at all cost in the revolutionary war. This is the way to smash the fifth offensive of imperialists and the Kuomintang, to save China from being colonized and to attain the Soviet victory in one or several provinces and in the whole territory of China. To the anti-imperialist movement. The greatest events in the past 2 years in China since the inauguration of the Provisional Soviet Central Government were imperialist attacks and the fourth and fifth offensives waged upon revolution by counter-revolution. The occupation of Manchuria, Mongolia, and North China by Japanese robbers and the intensified control of Tibet, Sichuan, Yunnan, the Yangtze Valley by British, French and American imperialists, are all directed by the imperialists to wreck the Chinese Soviet power and to completely enslave the Chinese nation as a preliminary step towards the war against the USSR. The Kuomintang of landlords and bourgeoisie still sticks to its long-followed policy of capitulation while, on the contrary, the anti-imperialist movement of the countrywide revolutionary masses, with the unprecedented national crisis before them, has developed with extreme violence. At the present movement two powers of opposite directions are laid before the countrywide revolutionary masses, the Kuomintang which surrenders completely to imperialism with all means suppresses the anti-imperialistic masses, the Soviet which is determinably anti-imperialistic and does its best to support and lead the anti-imperialist movement. In the past 2 years the Provisional Soviet Central Government has repeatedly circulated statements denouncing the predatory wars waged by the Japanese imperialists and the traitorous capitulation of Kuomintang. On April 14, 1932, the Provisional Central Government formally declared war on Japan and issued mobilization orders for war against her. The Provisional Central Government and the Revolutionary Military Council have more than once announced their readiness to conclude agreement with any armed unit of the Kuomintang for joint anti-Japanese and anti-imperialist military movement under the following conditions: 1. Immediate stop of offensive against the Soviet districts. 2. Guarantee of civil rights for the masses. 3. Arming of the masses and creation of anti-Japanese volunteers. The Tangku Agreement concluded between the Kuomintang and Japan on May 30, 1933, and Sino-Japanese direct negotiations since then are policies and actions against the national interests but repeatedly repudiated by the Provisional Central Government in its statements made public of late. The Soviet has supported the anti-Japanese struggle in any and every part of the country. To speak alone of the anti-Japanese strike of the textile workers in West Shanghai, 1932, the Soviet aided them with $16,000. In the Soviet territories, imperialist privileges have been abolished and imperialist influence wiped out. Imperialist pastors and fathers were ousted by the masses, estates of the people seized by imperialist missionaries were returned, missionary schools were turned into Soviet schools. In short, the Soviet districts in China alone are liberated from the imperialist yoke. These facts point to one thing: the Soviet is the sole anti-imperialist government. The Soviet government wants to make known to the countrywide masses, the greatest responsibility of the Soviet and the whole masses is to win victory over imperialists by means of direct war. The fulfillment of this work depends upon the development of the mass anti-imperialist struggle. First of all, the lackey of imperialism, the Kuomintang, should be smashed because it is the greatest obstacle on the way before the anti-imperialist Soviet and masses. 3. The imperialist Kuomintang offensive repulsed. Because the Chinese Soviet districts are the revolutionary base for the Chinese anti-imperialist movement, because the Chinese Red Army is the main pillar of the Chinese anti-imperialist forces, and because the Soviet movement and the Revolutionary War are proceeding violently, the Kuomintang, with the direct help of the imperialists and with all force at its disposal, waged 4 offensives and is now waging the 5th one against the Soviet and Red armies in an attempt to put down the Chinese revolution and to fulfill its task of cleaning the ground for imperialism. But every offensive of imperialism and the Kuomintang ended in glaring failure. The victories of the Soviet and Red armies have further confirmed the belief of the countrywide masses that the Soviet and Red armies alone are fighting for the national independence and freedom, and that they are the sole forces for the salvation of China. The 4th offensive of the enemy began right after the Kuomintang had surrendered Manchuria to the Japanese and concluded the Shanghai Truce Agreement of May 5, 1932. The traitorous Kuomintang did not mobilize a single soldier to fight the Japanese aggression. On the contrary, despite the fact that the Soviet and Red armies have more than once proposed to conclude an anti-Japanese military agreement with any anti-Japanese troops, the Kuomintang, led by Chiang Kai-shek, chief of all traitors, concentrated hundreds of thousands of troops to attack the Hubei Honananhui and Hunan Hubei West Soviet districts and forced the Red armies to withdraw from the cordon they formed around the district of Wuhan. On our side, because of some tactical mistakes, coupled with our reluctance to have a direct clash with a force of the enemy which was overwhelmingly stronger than ours, the 4th Red Army Corps was obliged to withdraw from the Hubei Honananhui Soviet district and began the famous expedition to Zhekaoyuan, where a new and big Soviet base embracing Tongyang, Bashun, Nanking, Sunhan, and Suding has been created. During the expedition, the 4th Red Army Corps had widely disseminated seeds of the Soviet in the comparatively revolutionary backward zones of the Northwest, where broad revolutionary struggle of the masses have been brought up to develop. In not more than 1 year, the 4th Red Army Corps has Sovietized more than Tenjian and called forth leaning of the Zhekaoyuan toiling masses and soldiers of the white troops toward the Soviet Revolution. Meantime, the 2nd Red Army Corps, which evacuated from the Hung Lake Zone, not only has suffered no serious loss but also gained new success in the Zhekaoyuan Hubei Hunan frontier regions in its operation in coordination with the 4th Red Army Corps. Even in the Hung Lake Zone, Red partisans are still active. In the Hubei Honananhui Soviet district, we did not lose much of our base. On the contrary, we are now very successful there in the strife to consolidate our position and to develop partisan wars in the surrounding neighborhood. As to the Central Soviet District, Kiangsi, it is the location of the Central Soviet government headquarters of the countrywide Soviet movement and the chief target of the offensive of the enemy. Around this district and its neighboring Soviet zones the enemy has concentrated most of its forces in the so-called central government troops, the units under the command of militarists Chang Kuang-lai, Tsai Ting-kai, together with those under the command of Kwangtung, Guangxi, and Hunan warlords. Through 1 year's hard struggles, we have gained unprecedented success. The biggest victory was that we gained in the spring of 1933 when the Red Armies of the Central Soviet District alone destroyed 23 regiments, 6 battalions, and 2 companies of the enemy and smashed 3 divisions, 12 regiments, 3 battalions and 2 companies and captured 20,000 rifles and 1,000 machine guns and auto rifles. Particularly in the battles of Tungpi and Hangpi, we annihilated a complete column of the crack troops of the enemy. These battles ended in the 4th offensive of Nanking with a complete failure to the enemy. The failure of the 4th offensive of the enemy had brought along qualitative and quantitative growth of the Red Army. The commanders and fighters of the Red Army have become more determined politically and more skillful in military techniques, showing long strides of progress as compared with the time before the 4th offensive. Moreover, the Soviet territory has been enlarged. Besides the new Soviet district in Zhejiang, we have now Fujian Kiangsi Province, another new Soviet district in the east part of Kiangsi, which increased the population of Soviet China by almost 1 million. Our old Soviet districts are further consolidated. This has been shown by the improvement of the Soviet work, by the rise of the militancy of the worker-peasant masses, by the development of class struggle both in cities and villages, and by the suppression of the remnants of counter-revolution in the Soviet districts. This sum total of the success of the Soviet Revolution has also its influence in the Kuomintang-ruled districts where the struggling spirit of oppressed worker-peasant masses has been further promoted. The soldiers and commanders of the white troops have shown their further wavering, and Chiang Kai-shek himself was even obliged to proclaim his desperate order of death punishment to all who do not fight the bandits but demand to fight the Japanese. Since the failure of the 4th offensive, the only manifestation of the Kuomintang has been to further shamelessly surrender to imperialism. From the imperialists the Kuomintang has received new loans and consignments of military supplies. Directly led by the imperialists and with foreign advisors helping it reorganize its forces, training of new recruits, air forces, and the blue jacket officials, the Kuomintang has been enabled once more to proceed with its 5th offensive against the Soviet and Red Army. The struggle of the CEC of the party, namely, to make it impossible for imperialist crisis to seek its way out, or in other words, to struggle for the independence and freedom of Soviet China. Indeed, the struggle against the 5th offensive is to determine whether China goes down to complete independence, freedom, and territorial integrity. We have acquired all fundamental conditions to win our struggle against our enemy since our victory over the 4th offensive. We have to point out that enemy has far more difficulties than we, the wavering of the soldiers of the white troops, the hatred against the rulers of the workers-peasant masses together with the broad petty bourgeoisie in the enemy-ruled districts, the disintegration of the militarists, the clashes and conflicts among the imperialists who are supporters of the Kuomintang, the financial and economical bankruptcy of the Kuomintang. These are all objective conditions that show the possibility of victory for the revolution. 4 fundamental policies of the Soviet. We get to know its environment, now and past, together with the tasks the environment calls forth, before we explain the fundamental policies of the Soviet. The Soviet has grown up from partisan wars and from many isolated and small districts beyond the boundaries of which is the world of the enemy. The enemy has been quite busy with the destruction and oppression of the Soviet. Yet the Soviet has been victorious. It is able to defeat the enemy and has grown up through its repeated victories over the enemy. This is the environment of the Soviet. In many respects, the environment of the Soviet at present is different from that of the past. It has a wider territory, broader masses, and stronger Red Army. It has concentrated many of its scattered forces, although the work has not been complete. It has been organized into a state, the Soviet Republic of China, which has now its central and local organization. The central organ, the Provisional Central Government, is the nucleus of concentrated power depending upon the broad masses and their armed force, the Red Army. This government is the power of workers and peasants themselves. It is the revolutionary workers-peasant democratic dictatorship which is ever enlarging its influence throughout the country by virtue of the growing confidence of the broad masses in it. Evidently, the Soviet now no longer has the same environment confronting it as in the partisan war stage. Yet it still has to face constant warfare which is becoming wider and more violent. The reason is that the opposition between it and the landlord bourgeoisie Kuomintang is growing daily acute, and the time has come when the two contending parties have to fight a decisive battle. In short, before it there is at present a big-scale offensive of imperialists and the Kuomintang, and that is its environment nowadays. This very environment determines the tasks of the Soviets. It must do its best to mobilize, organize, and arm the masses, concentrate all of its strength for the development of the revolutionary war, and fight out the other dictatorship together with the imperialist rule that has acted as the supporter and director of that other dictatorship. The aim of knocking down imperialism and the Kuomintang is to unify China, to bring the bourgeois democratic revolution to realization, and to make it possible to turn the said revolution later to a higher stage of socialist revolution. This is the task of the Soviet. From this we may understand what the various Soviet policies and tasks are. They are, to consolidate the victoriously established worker-peasant dictatorship, to develop this dictatorship to the whole country, to mobilize, organize, and arm the Soviet and countrywide masses to fight in the determined revolutionary war to overthrow the imperialist Kuomintang rule, and to consolidate and develop the worker-peasant dictatorship, to prepare the present bourgeois democratic revolution for its turn toward the socialist proletarian dictatorship in the future. All these form the starting point of the Soviet policies. A. The armed masses and the Red Army. Let us first speak of the armed masses and Red Army of the Soviet. To fight against the offensive of the enemy and to wage the revolutionary war, the first task of the Soviet is to arm the masses and to organize strong and iron Red Army, local forces, and partisans, and provisions, supplies, and transportation for the war. The Soviet has been successful in its work along this line during the past 2 years, particularly during the Fourth Offensive and the present determined struggle against the Fifth one. The formation of the Central Revolutionary Military Council has unified the leadership over the National Red Troops and made the Red forces in every Soviet district and on any front to be able to fight and to operate in good coordination under the unified tactics. This is an important turn to convert the scattered activities of partisan troops into activities of regular and big-scale Red armies. The Revolutionary Military Council in the past 2 years has victoriously led the countrywide Red armies, particularly those of the Central Soviet District, in the smashing of the Fourth Offensive and in the initial successes of the struggle against the Fifth Offensive. The Red Army is now several times bigger than it was 2 years ago. This work owes its success to the militancy of the broad worker-peasant masses to join the Red Army, to the improvement of the mobilization methods, and to the determined execution of the special treatment for the Red fighters by the Soviet. During May 1933, in the Central Soviet District alone, the Red Army was increased by 20,000 new fighters from the various Xi'an. This smashed the various opportunistic points of view that the masses are not willing to join the Red Army or that enlargement of the Red Army cannot be achieved in new Soviet districts. There are many models of the work to enlarge the Red Army. For instance, in Shankanchen, Jiangxi, 80% of the men between 16 and 45, and in Shangguanshishan, Fujian, 88% of them are now serving in the Red Army. In these villages, with the overwhelming majority of the adults going to bravely fight in the Revolutionary War, the daily affairs of farming production are not only not affected, but also improved and enlarged. Why is that so? The village labor power has been readjusted and reorganized better, and the difficult problems confronting the families of the Red fighters have been solved through the efforts exerted by the labor cooperative and farming volunteers. The strengthening of the Red Army has proceeded along with its enlargement. Now the Red Army is proceeding to assume the form of Ironsides as regular revolutionary armed forces. The causes are: 1. Growth of the percentage of worker-peasant toiling masses in it. 2. More worker cadres and universal practice of political commissioner system. 3. The progress of political training strengthened the determination of the Red fighters to fight for the final victory of the Soviet, raised the class-conscious discipline and increased the relation between the Red Army and the masses. 4. General rise of military techniques. 5. Better organization increased the organized strength. These have promoted the fighting strength of the Red Army and made it the formidable force of the Soviet. Red Defense and young vanguards are ready-made reservists for the Red Army on the fighting front, forces of defense for the Soviet districts and the bridge that is leading the present voluntary military system to the conscription system of tomorrow. Partisan units are creator of new Soviet districts and inseparable detachments of the main force, the Red Army. In the past 2 years more of them are developed in the various Soviet districts with their political and military training considerably improved. They have in the past offensives of the enemy showed marvelous success in their work for the defense of the Soviet districts, and in their operation to take the troops of the enemy by surprise and to disturb their rear. Many of their performances were even thought by the enemy as miracles. Their activities have offered the greatest difficulties to the enemy in attempting to invade the Soviet districts. This has been particularly shown in the Central and Gyeongsi-Chekiang Soviet districts. To satisfy the Red Army with supplies and provisions, to organize the military transportation between the front and the rear, and to organize sanitary organs and hospitals for the Red fighters are all tasks of decisive importance to the Revolutionary War. Since we have not yet captured many central cities and since the economic blockade of the enemy against us is very strict, there are numerous difficulties confronting us in our work along these lines. However, in the past 2 years the militancy, the broad masses in the Soviet district has guaranteed continued supplies, provisions, and transportation for the Red Army. This is also one of our big successes. The fundamental task of the Soviet is revolutionary war and to mobilize all mass strength to fight in the war. Around this fundamental task the Soviet has many urgent tasks. It has to practice wide democracy, to determinably suppress the counter-revolution under its jurisdiction, to promote class struggle of the workers, to promote agrarian revolution of the peasants, to promote the militancy of the worker-peasant masses under the principle of workers leading the worker-peasant alliance, to administer the correct financial and economic policies so as to guarantee the material needs of the Revolutionary War, to wage the cultural revolution so as to arm the heads of the worker-peasant masses. All these, together with other policies, are but directed to one goal: to overthrow the imperialist Kuomintang rule through revolutionary war, to consolidate and develop the worker-peasant democratic dictatorship and to be prepared to proceed to the stage of proletarian dictatorship. B. Soviet democracy. The Soviet of the worker-peasant democratic dictatorship is the government of the masses themselves, directly depending upon them, maintaining the closest relation with them and, therefore, able to operate its maximum strength. It has already been the organizer and leader of the Revolutionary War and the mass life. Its enormous strength is incomparable to any form of state in the history. It needs a strong power to cope with its class enemy. But to the worker-peasant masses it exercises no strong power but wide democracy. The wide democracy of the Soviet is, first of all, manifested in its election. The Soviet gives the right to vote to all oppressed and exploited masses regardless of sex. This right to the worker-peasant masses is unprecedented in human history. The experience of the past 2 years tells us that the Soviet has been very successful in its election. The particulars of the Soviet elections are as follows: 1. The names of the electors are written on a big red paper and an election meeting with no exploiters participating in it takes the place of the general mass meeting of the past. 2. The proportions of social composition are as follows: 1 from every 15 workers and their family members, 1 from 50 peasants and poor people. All the city and village Soviet councils are formed this way. The method guarantees the leading position of the workers in the worker-peasant alliance. 3. According to the Election Act proclaimed by the Central Soviet Executive Committee in September 1933, the electron units for the peasants are villages while workers have another rule. This makes the election universal among the peasants, while the workers can also elect their best representatives to work in the Soviet Council. 4. During the two elections in 1932 and the election in the autumn of 1933, in many places more than 80% of the electorate joined it. In some places, the sick people and those on defense duty did not join. 5. In many city or village Soviet councils, women form a percentage of above 25%. In the Soviets of Shanxi and Xiaotsai of Shanhan, in Fujian, the percentages of women are 60 and 66% respectively. Broad woman masses are now participating in the affairs of state administration. 7. Before the election takes place, the electors have the chance to hear reports about the past work of the city or village Soviet in a preparatory meeting. They are led to give criticisms of the past work. This was more universally practiced during the fall election of last year. All these have helped the masses in getting familiar with the Soviet election, primary step of state administration, and have guaranteed the consolidation of the Soviet power. Next, the Soviet democracy is also manifested in the city and xiong councils, which form the foundation of the organization of the Soviet. 2 years gives us now better organization of the councils. The characteristics are as follows. 1. The delegates are scattered evenly to live among the people, so that they will have the closest relation with them. Usually one delegate leads and lives with 30 to 70 people. This makes the council not separated from the masses. 2. The delegates are grouped in from 3 to 7 with their fellow members in the neighborhood, having a head who serves as the immediate connector between them and the presidium of the council. The group has the regular task of summoning meetings of the people under them by order of the presidium to solve problems of minor importance. All groups in one village have a general head who is responsible for the whole village. This makes the connection between the presidium and the delegates very close and guarantees strong leadership over the work of each village. 2. There are various permanent or temporary committees under the city or xiong councils, such as cultural, irrigation, sanitary, food, Red Army families defense, etc., which absorb the active elements among the masses to work. In this way, the Soviet work is made into the form of a net and the broad masses can directly participate in it. 4. Election of city or xiong Soviet takes place once in 6 months and that of province or xian Soviets once in a year. This makes it easy for the opinions of the masses to reach the Soviet. 5. Any delegate who commits serious errors may lose his seat through the suggestion of 10 or more electors, seconded by more than 1/2 of the whole electorate, or through the resolution of the council meeting. The city and xiong Soviets are the foundation for the government organs of the Soviets above them. They are all formed by the Soviet Congresses and their executives. Government workers are also appointed by election. If anyone is found to be incompetent, he may be recalled by public opinion. The solution of all problems is based on public opinion. So the Soviet is really the government of broad masses. The Soviet democracy is also shown by the fact that all revolutionary masses are given the right of free speech, free association, free assembly, free publication, and free strike. The Soviet gives them all facilities such as meeting places, paper, printing shop, and other material needs. Moreover, to consolidate the worker-peasant democratic dictatorship, the Soviet always welcomes the supervision and criticism of the broad masses. Every revolutionary citizen has the right to disclose the error or shortcoming of any Soviet functionary in his work. Finally, the Soviet democracy is also found in the division or administrative to xiong are now smaller than before. This makes the Soviets of various grades to know exhaustively the demands of the masses and makes the opinions of the masses to be quickly reflected in the Soviets. C. Soviet attitude toward landlord bourgeois. The Soviet is not democratic to the exploiters, landlord and bourgeoisie who have been knocked down by the revolutionary masses. The Soviet maintain a different attitude toward them. Although overthrown, they still have a deep foundation and their remnants have not yet been wiped out. They have a superior knowledge and techniques. They are always thinking of the restoration of their power. Particularly in the course the Civil War, they are always seeking to support the attacking enemies through counter-revolutionary activities. Hence, the Soviet has to curb and oppress them from all sides. First of all, the Soviet rules the exploiting elements out of the political power. In the Soviet constitution, they are all deprived of the rights of election and military service. The Soviet has been ceaselessly engaged in bitter struggles against the alien elements in the Soviet organs. The past experience tells us that this task has been very important work of the Soviet. Secondly, all landlords and bourgeoisie are deprived of the freedom of speech, publication, assembly, and association. Thirdly, counter-revolutionary activities are under the suppression of the revolutionary forces and revolutionary courts. The Soviet courts directly depend upon the mass armed forces, the activities of the State Political Defense Bureau, and the class struggle of the broad masses. All these have offered strict suppression to the counter-revolutionary activities in the Soviet districts. The well-known cases were the suppression by the Soviet courts of the activities of AB Corps in the Central and Hunan Jiangxi Soviets, of the Social Democrats in Fujian, of the reorganizationists in Hubei Hunan West, Hubei Honan Anhui, Fujian Zhejiang Jiangxi, and Fujian Jiangxi Soviet districts, and of the Trotskyist Chen groupings in Hunan Hubei Jiangxi Soviet district. Through these suppressions, the state political defense bureaus and the Soviet courts have acquired abundant experience and corrected many errors in the past that were committed through the diversion from the correct class line. The mass character of the Soviet court, namely, the suppression of counter-revolutionary activities by the Soviet courts in coordination with the mass struggle against counter-revolutionary intrigues, has been making long strides of progress. The practice of the traveling court is a proof of this. The Soviet has formally proclaimed prohibition of corporal punishment. In the Soviet prisons, except for those prisoners who are sentenced to death punishment, all other prisoners are put under reformatory education, that is to say, the Soviet policy for prisoners is to train them in the communistic spirit and with labor discipline. In sharp contradiction to this situation is the practice in full bloom of medieval tortures in the Kuomintang courts and prisons. To put on counter-revolutionary intrigues, to keep the Soviet territory in revolutionary order and to abolish all feudalistic and barbarous remnants in the field of jurisdiction constitute the aim of the Soviet court. The improvement of the Soviet in this direction is of historical significance. In summary, the Soviet has by far the widest revolutionary democracy for the broad masses, and out of it rises its enormous power, a power which is built upon the determined faith and self-conscious needs of the millions of the worker-peasant masses. Having this power in operation, the Soviet shapes itself into a dictatorship and organizes the revolutionary war and the revolutionary court, which wage violent attacks upon the class enemy from all directions. This brings about the enormous function of the Soviet court in the Soviet territory. D. The Soviet labor policy. The Soviet, based on the class character of its political power and on its enormous task of arming the toiling masses to fight out imperialists and the Kuomintang through a revolutionary war, must initiate class struggles of workers, defend their everyday interests, develop their revolutionary initiative, organize this initiative in the enormous revolutionary war, and turn the workers into active leaders for the revolutionary war and pillars for the consolidation and development of Soviet power. Interests of the workers are completely protected under the Soviet labor policy. The labor situation under it is compared with that in the past while under the Kuomintang rule, or with that of the districts now still ruled by the Kuomintang, forms a sharp contrast which is comparable only to the difference between heaven and hell. Before the Soviet districts came to exist, that is to say, when the Kuomintang were the rulers, the workers were slaves of employers. The long working hours, the meager wages, the brutal treatment, and the absence of any legal means whatsoever for protecting the interests of workers are what will remain permanently in the memory of every worker. All these disadvantages for the workers still exist in the Kuomintang-ruled districts and are aggravated. Lately, the real wages of workers in the white districts have been cut by more than 50%. Cut of production, mass dismissal, and lockout have been the common methods of capitalists to launch attacks upon their employees. It logically follows that broad workers alone, the unemployed, now exceeds 60%. In the Kuomintang-ruled districts, strike is a criminal act in the eyes of the rulers. In March 1933, the Kuomintang authorities at Hankow even proclaimed death punishment for strikers. Whenever there is a conflict between labor and capital, the Kuomintang never fails to stand on the side of the capitalist to suppress the workers. In the Soviet districts these things have been completely wiped out. Under Soviet power, workers are masters themselves and are leading the broad peasantry in the enormous task of consolidating and developing the Soviet. Hence the basic principle of the Soviet labor policy is to protect the interests of the workers and to consolidate and develop the Soviet power. The Labor Act proclaimed in December 1931, was based on this principle. It was revised and reproclaimed in March 1933, better applicable to towns, villages, big enterprises, and small ones. The 8-hour system is now universally observed in the Soviet districts. There is also a wide practice of labor agreement and collective agreement. In many urban and rural districts, there are labor inspection offices which send our inspectors to examine whether the Soviet Labor Act is violated by employers or not. There is the labor court for cases in which the employer is accused of violating the Soviet laws. To guard against control of labor by employers and to work for the interests of the unemployed, the Soviet has the absolute control of employment. All employers must go to the Soviet for hiring workers. Unemployment relief measures are in broader practice. Generally speaking, unemployed workers can now get concrete relief. Village workers have their own farming land. The social insurance system is administered by a social insurance bureau established in the Soviet towns. These are what the workers cannot get at all in the Kuomintang-ruled districts, but what the Soviet considers as its big responsibility to fulfill. Because of the determined execution by the Soviet of its labor policy, the living conditions of the workers in the Soviet districts are greatly improved. First of all is the wages. The real wages of the workers of the Soviet districts has been generally increased as compared with the pre-revolutionary period. The following table is a comparison of wages of the workers in Tingchao before and after the revolution, which may be taken as an example. Maximum minimum average. PRARD. PRARD. AR. Fruit workers $10 monthly, $32, $22, $2, $22, $20, $30. Paper workers $10, $35, $25, $3, $31, $28, $33. Oil workers $6, $18, $12, $3, $12, $9, $15. Medicine workers $6, $18, $12, $2, $26, $24, $28. Tobacco workers $7, $36, $29, $3.5, $30, $26.5, $28. Printers $15, $36, $21, $5, $28, $23, $34. Metal workers 6 monthly $18, $12, $14, $16. Dyeing workers $5.5, $20, $14.5, $2, $18, $16, $19. Oil paper workers $5, $21, $16, $2, $17, $15, $19. Wine workers $6, $20, $14, $3, $18, $15. Weaving workers $10, $35, $25, $2, $31, $29, $32. Carpenters 0.6 daily, 0.8, 0.2. Boatmen 14 each travel from Tingchao to Shangan $46, $32. PR means pre-revolutionary period, AR means after the revolution, D means difference. From this table we can easily see the great difference in the wages of the workers in Tingchao before and after revolution. The smallest increase is 32%, carpenters, and the biggest is 1,450%, weaving workers. What a contrast it is as compared with the decreasing wages in the Kuomintang era. In other districts where the employers supply meals to the workers, the wage level is slightly lower. The wages of a carpenter and mason of Jukun is now 45 cents a day as compared with 25 cents a day in the pre-revolutionary period. The increase is 80%. Wages in the village are also increased. The following table is the comparison of daily wage scales in cents which prevailed in different periods in Tianquan district of Kanshan. Maximum handicraftsmen, paper workers, farming hands, coolies. Pre-Rev 30, 40, 28, 45. Before May 1, 1931 30, 40, 30, 67.5. Now 35, 45, 32, 96. Difference 5, 5, 4, 51. Average pre-rev 22, 22, 10, 26. Before May 1, 1931 25 24 15 39. Now 30 30 20 50. Difference 8 8 10 24. Minimum pre-rev 10 14 3 10. Before May 1, 1931 15 21 6. Now 20 25 10 20. Difference 10 11 7 10. This is the story of only one village. A similar situation is found in other villages. As to the wage scale prevalent in the state enterprises, there has been a general increase of from 20% to 40% in the past 2 years. Generally speaking, the wages of the workers are paid on time. Because of the superintendence of the Soviet, very few employers delay their wage payments to workers. Some stubborn capitalists did try to do so, but were brought under control by the labor court. Concerning the legal working hour, the 8-hour system has been introduced to all Soviet cities and towns in the past 2 years, and in the villages there are but rare cases in which employees work more than 8 hours a day. Employees between the age of 16 and 18 have shorter hours than do adults. Protection for women and infants. Equal work, equal pay, rest before and after confinement, prohibition of infant workers below 14 years and so on, are in general practice. As to apprentices, the apprenticeship period is shortened, treatment improved, and feudalistic oppression abolished. The living conditions of apprentices are increased. For instance, in Kiangsi apprentices receive allowance to amount of from $15 to $36 annually. Sanitary conditions and food supplies for the workers in general, and for the employees of the state enterprises in particular, have been greatly improved. In the cities the workers' food is rated at least $6 a month. In the villages, the farming employees eat the same food as served to their employers. The Soviet workers are organized in their strong class trade union, which is the pillar of the Soviet power, Berg for the workers themselves, and school in which the broad working masses learn communism. With its interests protected by the Soviets, the membership of the trade union is ever on the increase. According to the statistics of the All China Trade Union Federation, the trade union membership in Central Soviet District, together with its neighboring Soviet zones, amount to 229,000. The distribution is as follows: Central Soviet District 110,000 persons, Xianggan, Hunan Kiangsi, 23,000, Xiangogan, Hunan Hupei Kiangsi, 40,000, Minchegan, Fukienchikiang Kiangsi, 25,000, Mingan, Fukien Kiangsi, 6000, North Fukien, 5,000. According to statistics compiled by the Central Soviet District, there are 3,676 non-trade union workers in the said district, which means not more than 5% of the whole working body. In other words, 95% of the workers in Indiana, the Central Soviet District, are members in the trade unions. In the district of Sinkuo this percentage reaches as high as 98%. Can this be dreamed of in the Kuomintang-ruled districts? Except for USSR, can this be dreamed of in any of the imperialist countries? In short, in the course of only 2 years, the Soviet Labor Act has been generally observed in all towns and all villages. In the 2 years, the capitalists and the kulaks attempted to resist the act. But the active struggles of the working masses, together with the close superintendence of the Soviet, have frustrated them. In dealing with independent producers and middle peasants who would have violated the Labor Act in their relation with farming hands or other employees, the method of convincing them with frank explanations has been used. All these account for the general improvement of the living conditions of workers, the development of their militancy in the revolution and their vital task in the Revolutionary War and the Soviet reconstruction. According to reports from Kunel Uwanta, Lungan, Hsin Kuo, Xianli, Sikiang, Yutu, Qinwu, Shangan, Ninhua, Chongqing, and Hsin Qian, out of the 70,580 trade union members in these 12 Xian, 19,960 are now serving either in the Red Troops or in the local partisan units, forming 28% of whole membership, and also 6,752 in various Soviet organs, forming 10%. The two make a total of 38%. The remainder amounts to 43,860 persons. It was they who cancelled the second government bonds to the amount of $43,855 and bought the bonds to the amount of $4.50 or the average. Among them, 12,435 are members of the Communist Party or the Young Communist League, the percentage being 28%. From these statistics, one learns how ardently the working masses are joining the Red Army, support the Revolutionary War and favor the Communist Party. But these are nothing but the outcome of the work of the Soviet for their interests and to promote their militancy. Someone said that workers gained nothing since the revolution, neither have their militancy been promoted. This is completely a vile slander. The Agrarian Revolution. The Chinese Soviet and Red Army have grown up from development of the Agrarian Revolution, which liberates the broad peasantry from the brutal oppression and exploitation by landlords and the Kuomintang militarists. The principle of the land policy of the Soviet is to completely wipe out the feudalistic and semi-feudalistic oppression and exploitation. In any village of the Kuomintang district, past or now, there are horrible land rents, 60% to 80%, horrible usury, 30% to 100%, and horrible, onerous taxes. There are above 1,700 different kinds of taxes throughout the country. Consequently, the land is concentrated in the hands of landlords and kulaks. The overwhelming majority of the peasantry lost their land and are obliged to live in extreme misery. The relentless exploitation has exhausted them of their means to combat catastrophe. The whole country is therefore exposed to constant inundation or drought. The catastrophe-stricken area in 1931 amounted to 809 qian, covering a population of 44 million. The exploitation has also exhausted the peasantry of their production power. Much land has been turned infertile or left uncultivated. Yet with their meager products, they have to face the dumping of the imperialist agricultural productions. All these lead the Chinese rural economy to the state of complete bankruptcy from which outbreaks the violent agrarian revolution. The power of the agrarian revolution in the Soviet districts has wiped out all feudalistic remnants. The millions of the peasantry awakening from their long dark age confiscated land from all the landlords and fertile land from the kulaks, abolished usury and onerous taxation, knocked down all that are against the revolution and built up their own government. For the first time, the Chinese peasant masses break their way out of the hell and make masters themselves. This is the fundamental situation that differs the rural district under the Soviet from those under the Kuomintang. The First National Soviet Congress proclaimed the Land Act, which has since served as the correct guidance for the proper solution of the land problems in this country. There have been numerous arguments over the analysis of classes in the villages owing to the acute class struggle. Based on the experience of the Agrarian Revolution, the People's Council has passed a resolution on the various problems of the struggle for land. Undoubtedly, this will promote the further development of the village struggle. As to the methods of partition in connection with the distance, fertility, infertility, forests, waters, etc., it is now of urgent need to work out a definite resolution out of the experience of all places so as to make it the guidance for the partition of land in the new Soviet districts. The inspection movement mobilized by the central government is directed to thoroughly wipe out the feudalistic remnants and to make sure that the real benefits resulting from the agrarian revolution have gone to the farming employees and poor and middle peasants. According to the statistics of July, August, and September 1933, through this movement in the Central Soviet district that further called forth the revolutionary militancy of the peasant masses, landlords to the number of 6,988 families and the kulaks to the number of 6,638 families were disclosed with land to the size of 17,539 mao revoked and money forfeits from the landlords and fines from the kulaks, to the sum of $606,916 seized. The Farming Employee Trade Union and the Poor Peasant Corps have now formed the pillars of the Soviet in the villages. This is only the result of 3 months' work, which tells that the Soviet has to pay yet closer attention to the class struggle in the villages. The result also shows that the land inspection movement is an effective means to further develop the village struggle and to annihilate the feudalistic remnants in the rural districts. The class line of the agrarian revolution is to depend upon the farming employees and poor peasants, to ally the middle peasants, to exploit the kulaks and to annihilate the landlords. The correct practice of this line is the key to the success of the agrarian revolution and foundation for all other policies of the Soviet in the villages. Hence the Soviet should deal seriously with those erroneous tendencies that attempt to infringe upon the middle peasants or to annihilate the kulaks. At the same time, it should also not compromise with the landlords and kulaks. That is the way to lead the agrarian revolution in the correct direction. In the past 2 years we have gained much experience in our mass work in the agrarian revolution. Summarized particular are as follows. 1. Full mobilization of agricultural workers, poor and middle peasants for struggle against landlords and kulaks is necessary in the partition and inspection movements. The partition and inspection works should be done with concurrence of the masses. The determination of class should be passed by mass meeting. To conduct these works solely through the activities of a few Soviet functionaries is liable to cause danger of lowering the struggling spirit of the masses. 2. When belongings other than land of the landlords and surplus drag animals and farming implements of the kulaks are confiscated, the greater part of them must be shared by the poor mass. It is bad to have them only shared by a few, for it will lower the struggling spirit of the masses on the one hand and favor the opposition of the exploiters on the other. 3. The partition of the land should be completed in the shortest possible period unless it is demanded by a considerable mass of the peasants. Repartition is not a good policy, for otherwise the militancy of the peasant masses to promote agricultural production may be destroyed and the exploiters may take advantage of it to hinder the development of the struggle. 4. The aim of the inspection movement is to disclose the exploiters, but not to disturb the exploited. So the inspection should not be made from house to house and from one piece of land to another. It should be done through the mobilization of broad masses. 5. Those counter-revolutionary elements who work to hinder the partition and inspection movements should be seriously dealt with. They should be severely punished by mass judgment or through mass concurrence to serve imprisonment or even to face death penalty. This is necessary, for otherwise the agrarian revolution will be handicapped. 6. Class struggle should be promoted while clashes between families and localities should be avoided. The landlords and kulaks are always thinking of displacing class struggle with family or local struggle. 7. The development of the agrarian revolution depends upon the class consciousness and organizational strength of the basic masses in the villages. The Soviet functionaries must have, therefore, broad and deep propaganda in the villages and work to strengthen the organizations of farming employees and poor peasants. The aim of the agrarian revolution is not only to solve the land problem of the peasants but also to promote them to increase the productivity of their land. Because of the adequate leadership of the Soviet, and the initiative of the peasant masses themselves, the agricultural production has been restored in most places and in some places it is even increased. On this foundation, the living conditions of the peasantry have been much improved. In the past, the peasants lived on tree bark or grain husks for months in a year. This situation no longer prevails and there is no more starvation in the Soviet districts. The life of the peasantry is better and better year by year. They are no longer in rags. They eat meat more constantly, which was a luxury to them in former times. Which kind of government and which kind of life is liked by the peasants? We have this question for the peasants in the Kuomintang-ruled districts to answer. Financial policy of the Soviets. The financial policy of the Soviets assured ample supplies demanded by the Revolutionary War as well as all the money needed by revolutionary work. With a comparatively small territory characterized by economic backwardness and pursuing a policy of taxation beneficial to masses, the Soviet have got along fairly well in sharp contrast to the KMT who, controlling a vast territory and increasing its exploitations from day to day, is now facing financial bankruptcy. In accordance with the principle of class and revolution, the Soviet raise its revenue from the following sources: 1. Confiscation or requisition from all feudal exploiters, 2. Taxation, 3. Development of national economy. Under the first heading, landlords and kulaks both in the KMT and Soviet districts are required to raise funds for the Soviets, which, as shown by the past experience, from the largest item in the revenue of the Soviet government. This is in direct contradiction to the KMT, who always places the financial burdens on the shoulders of the toiling masses. The Soviet progressive taxation consists of two categories, namely, the commercial and agricultural taxes, both imposed on the exploiters. The commercial tax is again divided into two classes, viz., the customs duty and business tax. The former is designed to control importation with a tariff ranging from entire exemption to 100% duty, free from any intervention from any foreign power. It means that only the Soviets can realize customs autonomy in China. After payment of the customs duty, all goods can flow freely within the Soviet territory without having to pay any more taxes, in contrast to the goods passing through the KMT territory, which are still subject to various taxes similar to liqin. The business tax is again progressive. It takes more from the larger enterprises with higher profit but less from the smaller enterprises with lower profit. Undertakings with less than $100 capital, cooperatives, farmers selling their own surpluses, are all exempted. The agricultural tax is likewise progressive. It is heavier for the larger families who have obtained more land but lighter for those who have got less land. The poor peasants and middle peasants but the kulaks pay more. Farm hands and families of the Red Armies are all exempted. This tax may be reduced or exempted in case of a disaster. On the other hand, the KMT lays the principal burden on the peasantry and the small proprietors. It collects the surtax on the regular ones at a much heavier rate. According to the Ta Kong Pao, of Tientsin, March 21, 1933, the KMT collects as many as 1,756 taxes, and the Sichuan militarists have collected the land tax up to 1987. In Shenxi, the KMT has increased the tax by 25 times. The development of national economy as a source of the Soviet finances forms an important part of the financial policy of the Soviets. It has begun to make progress in Minchekong and Kiangsi. The financial and economical organs ought to do more in this direction. Here it may be pointed out that the state banks must issue notes to meet the needs for the development of national economy, considering financial needs as only secondary. The use of money shall be governed by the principle of economy. Corruption and waste are the greatest crimes. Great achievements have been registered in the struggle against these crimes. Save every penny for the Revolutionary War is the guiding principle of the Soviet accounting system. With the expansion of the Red Army, with the development of the Revolutionary War, the Soviets are of course facing financial difficulties which will, however, create conditions for their own solution. The Soviet finances will improve when conquering more territory from the KMT, developing national economy on a larger scale, etc., with the financial burdens placed on the exploiters. Economic policy of the Soviets. Confronted with an impoverished people, the KMT, however, spread lies against the Soviets, saying that the Soviet government is bankrupt. The KMT is bent on the destruction of the Soviets not only by guns and cannon but by economic measures, the most ruthless of which is blockade. With the broad masses and the Red Army behind it, the Soviets have been able to smash the KMT drives one after another. And it has, too, succeeded to a certain extent in economic reconstruction within its territory, a step which has been taken to break the blockade of the enemy. Engaged in a battle against imperialism and KMT, at the same time located in a region economically backward encircled by the economic blockade of the enemy, the Soviets must proceed, whenever possible, with the economic reconstruction, concentrate its forces on war supplies, improve the life of the masses, consolidate the alliance between the workers and the peasants in the economic field, assure the leadership for the proletariat over the peasantry, create the development of socialist construction in future. The central tasks involved in economic reconstruction of the Soviets are development of agricultural production, of industrial production, of foreign trade, of cooperatives. Agriculture in Soviet districts is apparently forging ahead at a big pace. Agricultural products in 1933 have increased 15% on the average American Samoa against 1932. The rise in Minchekong is 20%. In the couple of years following the Soviet Revolution, agricultural production showed a downward trend, but thanks to the certainty in the division of land, the promotion of the Soviets and the growth of enthusiasm among the masses, production has been moving upwards steadily. In some cases production has been restored to its original level, but in others it has exceeded the original level. Fallow land has been cultivated again while new land reclaimed. Wide masses of women have joined the shock work in agricultural production. These are the facts never witnessed under the KMT's rule. Satisfied with the land obtained, encouraged by the Soviets, the peasants have shown a great enthusiasm in working up the land allotted to them. Under present conditions, agricultural production shall be the first task in the economic reconstruction of the Soviets. It shall solve the food problem as well as secure raw materials for articles of everyday use. It shall emphasize afforestation and increase in livestock. Taking the small farm economy as a basis, plans must be worked out for certain branches of agriculture as, for example, cotton, whose production shall be fixed for each province. The Soviets must lead the peasants to solve such vital problems as labor, oxen, fertilizers, seeds, irrigation, etc. Here the organized mobilization of the labor force and the participation of women in production are of vital importance. The Soviets must lead the peasantry in launching the spring and summer plowing campaigns. About 25% of the peasantry is in need of oxen, hence the necessity of organizing the oxen cooperatives. The Soviets must direct the greatest attention to irrigation. At present we are not in need of Soviet farms and collective farms, but for agricultural improvement an experimental station shall be set up in each district. In addition, agricultural research institutes shall be established, agricultural products showrooms arranged. As a result of the blockade of the enemy, difficulties have arisen in our exportation, and many handicraft industries in the Soviet districts have declined. Tobacco and paper have suffered most. But these difficulties are by no means invincible. Owing to the large consumption of the people, the Soviet goods can find a big market within the Soviet territory. In the first half of 1933 the efforts of the Soviets and the development of the cooperatives resulted in the revival of many industries as, e.g., tobacco, paper, tungsten, camphor, fertilizers, agricultural instruments, etc. Attention shall be directed to cloth, drugs, sugar industries. New industries have sprung up in Minchekong province, paper, cloth, etc. To relieve the shortage in salt, nitrate salt has been manufactured. It is hard to map out a plan for the scattered handicraft industries, but it is possible to elaborate a plan for the leading industries, above all, for the undertakings operated by the state and cooperatives. The Soviet and cooperative-controlled enterprises shall make an appraisal of the production of materials, raw, as well as market both in the white and red districts. The Soviet shall organize foreign trade and directly control the flow of such goods as the importation of salt and clothes, the exportation of food and tungsten. It shall see to it that food be equally distributed within the Soviet districts. This work began in Minchekong at an early date, followed by Gyeongsi in the spring of 1933. The inauguration of the Foreign Trade Bureau produced the initial success in this direction. In the Soviet territory, national economy is composed of three parts, namely state, cooperative and private enterprises. The state undertakings are at present very much limited in scope but have a bright prospect in future. Within the pale of law, private economy is, far from being restricted, rather encouraged, owing to the Soviets' need for private economy. Not only at the present time, but for a long time to come, private economy is predominant. Now it assumes the form of small capital in the Soviet districts. The cooperative enterprises are making a rapid advance. According to the statistics of September 1933, there are 1,423 cooperatives with a capital of $305,531 in 17 xians. In certain xians like Sukhan and Sinkyuo, the number of cooperatives has doubled owing to the encouragement of the Economic Conference. At present the consumption and food cooperatives are of major importance. They overshadow the production cooperatives. As to the credit cooperatives, they are just in the initial stage. No doubt the development of the cooperatives constitutes an important lever of Soviet economy. Combined with state enterprises, it will become a mighty force in the economic field, assert its supremacy over private economy in a protracted struggle, create conditions for transition of Soviet economy to socialist economy. State enterprises shall be pushed together with the big-scale development of the cooperatives. At the same time, private economy will be encouraged. As an aid to the development of the state enterprises and the cooperatives, $3 million economic reconstruction bonds have been issued, thus enlisting the support of the masses to the Soviet economic construction. In face of millions of starving people and with an impoverished country, the Soviets alone boldly embark on economic reconstruction in a planned way which will carry out the task of saving millions now in distress from final collapse. Soviet culture. For making sure the victory of the revolution, for consolidating the Soviets, for drawing the gigantic forces of the masses in the revolutionary class struggle, for creating a new revolutionary generation, the Soviets must proceed with far-reaching cultural reforms designed to shake off the spiritual yoke of the reactionary ruling class as well as to create a new Soviet culture for the workers and peasants. As is known to all, cultural institutions of the KMT are without exception in the hands of the landlord and bourgeoisie, employed to spread demagogical propaganda to check the revolutionary thought of the oppressed classes. In support of illiteracy, they exclude the workers and peasants from education. Educational appropriations have been used for the attack on the revolution. Legions of colleges and universities have closed down, throwing out thousands of students. Over 80% of the population under the KMT is still illiterate. Left-wing thought has been ruthlessly suppressed by the White Terror. Left writers have been arrested by the fascist thugs. Educational institutions have become a hell for the masses, a fact that characterizes the educational policy of the KMT. But in the Soviet territory, all cultural and educational institutions are under the direct control of the workers and peasants, giving their children a preferred right to enjoy education. The Soviets have done its best in raising the cultural level of the masses. In spite of the Soviets being located in a backward region and threatened by war from all sides, cultural reconstruction has been going on at an accelerated pace. For the 2,931 villages in Jiangxi, Fujian, and Yekong provinces, there are 3,052 Leninist primary schools with 89,710 pupils, 64,612 evening schools with an attendance of 94,517, 32,388 reading groups with a membership of 155,371, 1,656 clubs with 49,668 workers. These are only the statistics compiled up from the data in the Central Soviet districts. A majority of the school children have attended the Leninist primaries. For instance, out of the 20,969 school children in Sinkyuo, 12,860 have attended the Leninist primaries. The school children spend most of the time in reading and reserve only a small fraction of the time for family work. They also join the Red Boy Scouts and learn practical communism therein. Women are very enthusiastic for education, too. In Sinkyuo there are 15,740 pupils for the evening schools, out of which 4,988, 31%, are men, and 10,752, 69%, are women. Among the reading groups of Sinkyuo we find that 40% of the membership is men, while the female members amount to as high as 60%. Not only eager for education, some of the women have occupied high positions in the cultural institutions. They serve as heads of the primaries or evening schools, or as directors of the reading groups. The Delegate Council of Women Workers and Peasants is almost universal in the Soviets, directing close attention to the interests of the toiling women, including education. A vigorous campaign against illiteracy is in full swing. Evening schools for reading have been established. In Sinkyuo the number of people who joined the reading groups, scattered all over the Xian, 3,387. To help reading, signboards inscribed with characters have been set up close to the highways. The cultural advance of the Soviets may be illustrated by the increase in the circulation of the papers. In the Central Soviet District we have some 34 papers, big and small. The Red China, organ of the Soviet government, has increased its circulation from 3,000 to 40,000, the True Word of the Youth up to 28,000, the Struggle, organ of the Central Communist Party, 27,000, the Red Star, organ of the Red Army, 17,300, an increase that testifies to the rapid advance of the masses in the cultural field. The revolutionary arts of the Soviets have already made a good start with the formation of the Worker and Peasant Drama Club and the commencement of the Blue Shirt movement extending in all directions in the villages. Red sports have been gaining ground everywhere. Gymnasium fields may be seen here and there. Now the Soviets, though having not much to show in the construction of technical education, have nevertheless succeeded in establishing the Red Army University. The Soviet University, the Communist University and many higher schools under the direct control of the Ministry of Education, all calculated to train leaders for the revolutionary leadership. Colleges and high schools must follow closely on the heels of the development of the ordinary schools as is scheduled in the educational plan. For training the revolutionary intelligentsia, for the development of education and culture, the Soviets have utilized the services of the landlord bourgeoisie intelligentsia, a point that cannot be overlooked in the cultural policy of the Soviets. The general line of the cultural policy of the Soviets is to educate the broad masses in the spirit of communism, to subordinate education to the revolutionary war and the class struggle, to link labor with education. In the educational field, the central tasks confronting the Soviets are the enforcement of compulsory education throughout the whole land, the development of social education on a wide scale, the rapid liquidation of illiteracy, the training of large numbers of cadres for revolution. All these tasks can be performed only under the Soviets because they signalize the sharpened class struggle and an unprecedented victory for spiritual emancipation. Marriage under the Soviets. To free women from the most barbarous marriage system handed down through thousands of years, the Soviets as early as November 1931, proclaimed the equality of men and women in marriages by a new set of regulations which declared complete liberty of marriage and divorce, abolish the sale of women as wives, interdict child marriage, provisions that have been enforced throughout the Soviet territory. As a rule, a man of 20 may marry a girl of 18 by simple registration with the Soviets provided he is free from dangerous disease. Lineal descendants from the same grandfather, however, cannot marry each other within 5 generations. Divorce may be granted by the Soviets if one of the parties to the marriage insist on it. This liberation of women from the feudal marriage fetters is made possible only under the democratic dictatorship of the workers and peasants subsequent to the overthrow of the landlord bourgeoisie and the accomplishment of the land revolution. Men and women, particularly the latter, must have first of all political liberty and also some measure of economic liberty as a guarantee for free marriage. More oppressed by the feudal marriage system than men, women have been given more protection in the matter of marriage, and the burden arising from divorce is imposed for the most part on the shoulders of men. Of vital importance to the revolution are children who we may say are new revolutionists, to whom protection must be afforded. The Soviets recognize the illegal children and give them protection. The protection of children has been laid down in the Soviet law. Nationality policy of Soviets. The point of departure for the Soviet nationality policy is the capture of all the oppressed minorities around the Soviets as a means to increase the strength of the revolution against imperialism and KMT. The oppressed minorities such as the Mongols, Tibetans, Koreans, Annamites, Miaos etc. General Geng Yuxiang massacred the Mohammedans in Kansu while General Pei Tsungshi butchered the Miaos in Guangxi, to mention but 2 recent examples of the Kuomintang in maltreating the minorities. On the other hand, the ruling classes of the minorities such as princes, living Buddhas, lamas etc. have allied with the KMT in oppressing and exploiting the mass of people, especially the toilers. In the case of Tibet, Xinjiang, and Inner Mongolia, the ruling classes have directly surrendered to imperialism and accelerated the colonization of their country. The Soviets, on the other hand, are decisively against the exploitation of the minorities by imperialism and KMT. The Constitution of the Soviets as passed by the First Soviet Congress in November 1931, is quite clear on this point. Article 14. Soviet China recognizes the complete self-determination of the minorities who may go so far as to secede and form independent free states. Soviet China shall see to it that the minorities be freed from the misrule of imperialism and KMT and secure complete emancipation from the misrule of their one princes and lamas. In this regard the Soviets will gladly aid the minorities in carrying out this task. The Soviets will permit the development of national culture and languages among these minorities. Article 15 of the same constitution provides that Soviet China will give the right of asylum to the revolutionaries either from the nationalities in China or from other countries who should have been persecuted by the reactionary rule. It will help them in securing complete victory for the revolutionary movement sponsored by them. The fact that any Korean, Annam and Taiwan comrades attended the First Soviet Congress and Second Soviet Congress is a concrete proof that the Soviets mean what it says. The common revolutionary interests will unite the toilers of China with those of the minorities in a firm alliance. The free union of nationalities will replace national oppression, an event that is possible only under the Soviets. To achieve complete emancipation, the minority nationality shall, on its part, assist the Soviet Revolution in securing a victory on a national scale. Concrete tasks confronting the Soviets. In shattering the fifth campaign of imperialism and KMT. In the past 2 years the Soviets have scored successive victories over the KMT, as a result of which the relation of power between the Soviets and KMT has apparently changed in favor of the former, but at the expense of the latter. The Soviets have consolidated but the KMT has been steadily on the decline. The masses in KMT territory have put up the revolutionary flag. But owing to the fact that the Soviets are situated in a region economically backward with only a comparatively small area, we must extend our territory and fight for the realization of the task of capturing one or more provinces. We must shatter the illusions of those who are satisfied with the present limited area of the Soviets. The revolutionary masses under the Soviets are called on to fight for the carrying out of the following urgent tasks. Reconstruction of Red Army. First of all, the Central Revolutionary Military Committee shall be strengthened in its leadership of the whole Red Army so as to make it possible for the Red Armies to act more efficiently under a unified, strengthened command. In the second place, the expansion of the Red Army to 1 million as a slogan must be popularized among the toiling masses, enabling them to understand that 1 million Red Army is a decisive factor in the struggle against imperialism and KMT. Recruiting shall be made through political agitation instead of compulsion. At the same time, a sharp class struggle together with the Soviet laws shall be directed against the alien elements who blocked the expansion of the Red Army by desertions. The families of the Red Armists shall be treated in a better way. Land shall be cultivated and plowed for them, articles of everyday use supplied to them, in order to comfort them spiritually. The Soviets shall see to it that all those who sabotage the work in this respect shall be punished by law. To consolidate the Red Army, a political education is of special importance. It will enable the Red Armists to fight consciously for the victory of the Soviets, to value conscious discipline as a guarantee for the victory of the revolution. The system of the political commissioners shall be observed in all the units of the Red Army, more workers drawn in OT act as military or political directors, more cadres turned to from the Red Army schools, decisive blows directed against the landlord bourgeois elements who try to steal into the Red Army, technique of the Red Army improved. The Red Guards and Youth Vanguards shall be universally formed in all the Soviet districts, all the grown boys and girls armed as a reserve in defense of the rear. Every youth vanguardist shall be made to understand that conscription plays a big role in the future big-scale civil wars against imperialism and the KMT. Conscription in general shall be popularized among the masses, model youth vanguards be incorporated into formal Red Armies, more Red partisans organized in the bordering districts who may penetrate far into the White regions. A closer relation shall be maintained between the Red Armies and the toiling masses. The supplies and transport for the Red Armies shall be assured and taken care of by the financial and economic organs of the Soviets as well as by the transport and sanitary organs of the Red Army. Soviet economic reconstruction. To crush the economic blockade of the enemy, to counteract the manipulation of the wicked merchants, to assure the revolutionary needs, to improve the lot of the workers and peasants, the Soviets must proceed at once with economic reconstruction in various fields. In the first place, agricultural production shall be raised, enthusiasm of the masses for such production aroused, propaganda campaigns in plowing and harvest time launched, all peasantry drawn into the production campaign, including peasant women. Labor mutual assistance and plowing corps shall be widely organized, the oxen and seed problems solved with the aid of the Soviets. Our fighting slogans are liquidate all fallow land. Increase the crops by 20%. The Food Bureau of the Soviets shall maintain a more close relation with the food cooperatives to assure ample food for the Red Army and the masses. The Commissar of National Economy shall map out a plan for the more important branches of agriculture, as food and cotton. The tasks of the Soviet economic reconstruction rest need of the revival of the handicraft industry and the needs of the war. In elaborating the plans for economic reconstruction, consideration must be taken of the needs of the Revolutionary War, the needs of the masses and the possibility of exports to the White regions. Maximum energy shall be devoted to the leading industries as tungsten, coal, iron, lime, agricultural instruments, tobacco, paper, cloth, sugar, drugs, nitrate salt, lumber, camphor, etc. Production cooperatives shall be organized for these industries, drawing in the unemployed, independent workers and peasants. Private investment being permitted, the Soviets shall not monopolize all the productive enterprises but concentrate on those beneficial to the state. The vital means to raise production are more incentive to labor, competition in production reward to those who have made achievements on the production front. The exchange of Soviet surplus, as food, tungsten, lumber, tobacco, paper, with salt, cloth, oils, etc., from the White regions as may be made possible through the development of foreign trade serves as an important lever in breaking through the blockade of the enemy and in promoting the development of our national economy. The commercial institutions of the Soviets shall be consolidated while private merchants be encouraged for exportation and importation of necessaries. Wide masses of the workers and peasants shall be organized in consumption cooperatives to be set up everywhere, and thus enabled to buy cheap but sell at higher prices their products to the White regions, a possibility that plays a vital role in the economic reconstruction of the Soviets. The Soviets must strengthen their leadership of the central consumption cooperatives, and see to it that such centers be established where they do not yet exist. The solution of the capital problem as involved in economic reconstruction is found in the absorption of capital from the masses through the development credit cooperatives which will smash usury to pieces. The money of the masses will flow into the state enterprises through such channels as economic bonds, subscriptions, to the stock of the state bank, etc. Capital in the Soviet districts will be made mobile through the encouragement of the private capital. The note issue of the Soviet banks shall correspond to the needs of the market and absorb the deposits from the masses, to lend the money so gathered to production enterprises. The Soviet banks shall provide financial relief within the Soviet territory and lead the struggle of the cooperatives against the speculative merchants. Reconstruction of Soviets. The Central Soviet government, inaugurated as the supreme leader of the Soviet movement in China, has a vital significance, and has in the past 2 years scored glorious success in the fight against imperialism and KMT, but many weaknesses are found in the organization and work of the central government. The organization and work of the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee shall be improved and strengthened, the commissariats shall have a sufficient working staff, more commissariats created, if necessary, so the central government can fulfill its role as the supreme leader of the revolution. As an important link with the central government as well as with local Soviets, the provincial Soviet government has been lax in its work in certain respects, a defect which shall be overcome hereafter. The village and town Soviets constitute the basis of the Soviet system and for this simple reason merit the utmost attention. Congresses shall be established in places where they do not yet exist, and their work strengthened. Presidia shall be set up, committees moved into the villages, militant workers and peasants drawn into the Soviets, relation between a delegate and a number of inhabitants established. Each village shall have a general delegate permitting him to call a conference of the delegates and inhabitants to discuss the work to be done. The village and town Soviets are the direct organs for the mobilization of the masses and do practical work in the village and street. The latter may compete with each other in order to raise the efficiency of their work. As regards the work done by local Soviets, the system of inspection shall rigorously be enforced. The district Soviets shall give an efficient leadership in regard to the lower Soviets. The provincial Soviets shall direct maximum attention to the work in new Soviet territory where a revolutionary committee exists in place of the Soviets. In regard to organization and work, the revolutionary committee differs radically from the Soviets in its work, as arming the inhabitants, waging the mass struggle, clearing the counter-revolutionaries, etc., shall be strengthened. Soviet democracy has progressed far but not enough. A struggle shall be waged against bureaucratism and dictation still remaining among the Soviet functionaries. Persuasion shall replace dictation vis-à-vis the masses. The Worker and Peasant Inspection Commissariat shall draw in large masses for the critical examination of the work of the Soviet functionaries and lead the struggle in criticizing the evil functionaries, even punish them in accordance with Soviet laws, thus maintaining the good relations between the Soviets and the masses. In the Soviet elections more electors shall be drawn in and alien elements, bureaucrats, etc., barred. More workers shall be attracted into the Soviets in order to strengthen the workers' hegemony in the government. In order to get close to the masses, the Soviets must establish an intimate connection with the labor unions, the poor peasant unions, cooperatives, etc. All the work of the Soviets shall be adapted to the needs of the Revolutionary War. Any relaxation among the Soviet functionaries be stamped out, the functionaries aroused to enthusiasm and consciousness that they work for the worker and peasant democratic dictatorship. Slogans shall be put forward: subordinate all work to the Revolutionary War, for the greater speed and better quality of the work, all to be brought before the functionaries of the Soviets. In this respect the responsible leaders of the Soviets, especially the Worker and Peasant Inspection Commissariat, must win over the Soviet functionaries by persistent persuasion and education. The Soviets shall enforce the following laws: labor, 8 hours, minimum wages, etc., land revolution, confiscation of land of the landlord, land inspection, etc., culture and education, and, finally, all the laws and orders against the counter-revolutionaries, GPU and Soviet courts drawing in large masses in the struggle against the reactionaries. Anti-imperialist work. The Soviets must strengthen its leadership of the anti-imperialist struggle throughout the whole country as well as of the revolutionary struggle of the workers and peasants against the KMT in the White Territory. Passivity on the part of the Soviets in this direction means connivance at the aggression of imperialism, prolongation of the KMT misrule and limitation on the development of the Soviets in the territorial aspect. The Soviets must look forward to the vast area of the KMT and lead the workers, peasants, and petty bourgeoisie there in the struggle against imperialism and KMT. By utilizing the concrete facts of the KMT's surrender to imperialism, the Soviets may arouse the masses in the white regions to a sharp struggle against imperialism and its lackey, the Kuomintang. The Soviets shall call on the masses to organize and arm themselves, to fight for the independence of China, to drive imperialism out of China, in Manchuria and Jahal where Japanese imperialism still marches on with bayonets. The people, revolutionary army and volunteers shall be organized, the existing volunteers be alienated from the influence of the KMT in a determined fight against Japanese imperialism. The Soviets must give aid to every anti-imperialist struggle of the workers, peasants, and petty bourgeoisie. The Soviets shall aid in every way possible the revolutionary struggle of the workers against capital and of the peasants against the landlord, and lead it to victory. The functionaries of the Soviets must understand that expansion of the Soviet territory and success of the revolution on a national scale depends much on the work of the Soviets in the KMT area, that they have to devote the greatest attention to the white regions where the masses are subject to the military slavery and other exaction and are most apt to accept our influence, the more so in the districts bordering on the Soviets. By making use of every opportunity, the Soviets in the borderland shall establish regular contact with the masses, organize their everyday struggle, organize their revolt, develop partisan fighting, bring the new districts under the control of the Soviets. The work in the borderland is of special importance. The partisans must observe the fundamental policy of the Soviets and refrain from making indiscriminate attacks on the Tuhow without any regard to class distinctions. In addition, the opposition of the Reds to the Whites, the flight of the masses, the salt question, the refugee problem, etc., shall be solved on the class principle and in accordance with the principle of mass work. The causes of the opposition of the Reds to the Whites and the flight of the masses have to be removed, and in the work in the borderland to be improved, factors that can play a decisive role in changing the white into red districts. Pay attention to economic work. August 20, 1933. This speech was delivered at the Economic Construction Conference of 17 counties in southern Jiangxi in August 1933. The growing intensity of the Revolutionary War makes it imperative for us to mobilize the masses in order to launch an immediate campaign on the economic front and undertake all possible and necessary tasks of economic construction. Why? Because all our present efforts should be directed towards gaining victory in the Revolutionary War and, first and foremost, towards gaining complete victory in the fight to smash the enemy's fifth encirclement and suppression campaign. They should be directed towards securing the material conditions which will guarantee food and other supplies for the Red Army, towards bettering the life of the people and so stimulating their more active participation in the Revolutionary War, towards organizing the masses on the economic front and educating them so as to provide fresh mass strength for the war, and towards consolidating the worker-peasant alliance and the democratic dictatorship of workers and peasants and strengthening proletarian leadership by building up the economy. Such economic construction is essential for the attainment of all these objectives. This must be clearly understood by everyone engaged in revolutionary work. Some comrades have thought it impossible to spare time for economic construction because the Revolutionary War keeps people busy enough, and they have condemned anyone arguing for it as a right deviationist. In their opinion, economic construction is impossible in the midst of a revolutionary war and is possible only in the peaceful, tranquil conditions prevailing after final victory. Comrades, such views are wrong. Whoever holds them fails to realize that without building up the economy it is impossible to secure the material prerequisites for the Revolutionary War, and the people will become exhausted in the course of a long war. Just consider. The enemy is enforcing an economic blockade, unscrupulous merchants and reactionaries are disrupting our finance and commerce, and the trade of our red areas with the outside is seriously hampered. Will not the Revolutionary War be seriously affected unless these difficulties are overcome? Salt is very dear, and sometimes even unobtainable. Rice is cheap in the autumn and winter, but it becomes terribly dear in spring and summer. All this directly affects the life of the workers and peasants and prevents any improvement. And does it not affect our basic line, the alliance of workers and peasants? If the workers and peasants become dissatisfied with their living conditions, will it not affect the expansion of our Red Army and the mobilization of the masses for the Revolutionary War? Therefore it is utterly wrong to think that no economic construction should be undertaken in the midst of the Revolutionary War. Those who think this way often say that everything should be subordinated to the war effort, but they fail to understand that to dispense with economic construction would weaken the war effort rather than subordinate everything to it. Only by extending the work on the economic front and building the economy of the red areas can we provide an adequate material basis for the Revolutionary War, proceed smoothly with our military offensives and strike effective blows at the enemy's encirclement and suppression campaigns. Only thus can we acquire the resources to enlarge the Red Army and push our front outwards to points thousands of li away, so that when the circumstances prove favorable, the Red Army will be able to attack Nanchang and Kaihokyang free from all anxiety and, thus relieved of much of the task of provisioning itself, give its undivided attention to fighting, and only thus can we to a certain extent satisfy the material needs of the people so that they will join the Red Army or undertake other revolutionary tasks with even greater enthusiasm. Subordinating everything to the war effort means just this. Among those engaged in revolutionary work in various places, many do not yet understand the importance of economic construction in the Revolutionary War, and there are many local governments which give little attention to discussing the problems of economic construction. The economic departments of the local governments are not yet well organized, and some are still without a director, in others some incompetent has been assigned simply to kill the post. The formation of cooperatives is still in the initial stage, and only in a few places has the work of regulating food supplies been started. There has been no propaganda among the people for the work of economic construction, though such propaganda is very important, and mass enthusiasm for it has not been aroused. All this is due to the failure to recognize the importance of economic construction. Through the discussions at this conference and through the reports you will make when you return to your posts, we must create mass enthusiasm for economic construction among all government personnel and among all workers and peasants. The importance of economic construction for the Revolutionary War should be made clear to everyone, so that they will do their best to promote the sale of economic construction bonds, develop the cooperative movement, and set up public granaries and storehouses for famine relief everywhere. Each county must establish a sub-department for the regulation of food supplies, with branch offices in important districts and market centers. On the one hand, within our red areas we should send grain from places with a surplus to those with a deficit, so that it will not pile up in one place and become unobtainable in another, and its price will not be too low in one place and too high in another. On the other hand, we should send our grain surplus out of the red areas in a planned way, i.e., not in unlimited quantities, and bring in necessities from the white areas, thus avoiding exploitation by unscrupulous merchants. We must all do our best to develop agriculture and handicrafts and increase the output of farm implements and lime in order to ensure a bigger crop next year, and we must restore the output of such local products as wolfram, timber, camphor, paper, tobacco, linen, dried mushrooms and peppermint oil to former levels, and market them in the white areas in quantity. Judged by volume, grain ranks first among the principal outgoing commodities in our trade with the outside areas. About 3 million pickles of unhusked rice are sent out yearly in exchange for necessary consumer goods, or an average of 1 pickle a head of the 3 million population. It cannot, surely, be less than this. But who is handling this trade? It is handled entirely by the merchants who exploit us ruthlessly in the process. Last year they bought unhusked rice from the peasants in Wannan and Tahoe counties at 50 cents a pickle and sold it in Canchao for 4 yuan, making a 7-fold profit. Take another instance. Every year our 3 million people need about 9 million yuan worth of salt and 6 million yuan worth of cotton cloth. Needless to say, this 15 million yuan trade in salt and cloth has been entirely in the hands of the merchants. We have done nothing about it. The exploitation by the merchants is really enormous. For instance, they go to Mishan and buy salt at 1 yuan for 7 caddies, and then sell it in our areas at 1 yuan for 12 ounces. Is this not shocking profiteering? We can no longer ignore such a state of affairs, and from now on we must handle this trade ourselves. Our Department of Trade with outside areas must make a great effort in this connection. How shall we use the 3 million yuan from economic construction bonds? We plan to use it in the following way. 1 million will be allotted for the Red Army's war expenses, and 2 million will be loaned as capital to the cooperatives, the Bureau for the Regulation of Food Supplies and the Bureau of External Trade. Of the latter amount, the greater part will be used for expanding our external trade and the rest for expanding production. Our objective is not only to expand production but also to sell our products at fair prices to the white areas and then purchase salt and cloth cheaply for distribution among our people, so as to break the enemy's blockade and check the merchants' exploitation. We must bring about the continued growth of the people's economy, greatly improve the livelihood of the masses and substantially increase our public revenue, thus laying firm material foundations for the Revolutionary War and for economic construction. This is a great task, a great class struggle. But we should ask ourselves, Can it be accomplished in the midst of fierce fighting? I think it can. We are not talking about building a railway to Lungyan or, for the time being, even about building a motor road to Kanchao. We are not saying that there should be a complete monopoly of the sale of gram, or that the government should handle all the salt and cloth trade, valued at 15 million yuan, to the total exclusion of the merchants. This is not the point we are making or what we are trying to do. What we are talking about and trying to do is to develop agriculture and the handicrafts, and send out grain and wolfram in exchange for salt and cloth, starting temporarily with a fund of 2 million yuan plus the money invested by the people. Is there anything here that we should not undertake, or that we cannot undertake and achieve? We have already started this work and achieved some results. Thus year's autumn harvest is between 20 and 25% or larger than last year's, or more than our original estimate of a 20% increase. In the handicraft industries the production of farm implements and lime is being restored, and we are beginning to restore wolfram production. The output of tobacco, paper, and timber is recovering. Much has been accomplished this year in the regulation of food supplies. A start has been made on importing salt. It is on these achievements that we base our firm belief in the possibility of further progress. Is it not clearly wrong to say that economic construction is impossible now and has to wait until the war is over? It is thus clear that, at the present stage, economic construction must revolve around our central task, the Revolutionary War. Today the Revolutionary War is our central task, which economic construction should serve, center on and be subordinated to. It would likewise be wrong to regard economic construction as the center of all our present work to the neglect of the Revolutionary War, or to conduct it apart from the Revolutionary War. Not until the Civil War is over will it be possible and necessary to regard economic construction as the center of all our work. In the midst of a civil war, it is sheer delusion to try to carry out such peacetime economic construction as can and should be done in the future but not at present. The tasks for the present are those urgently demanded by the war. Every one of them should serve the war, none is a peacetime undertaking separate from the war. If any comrade entertains the idea of carrying out economic construction apart from the war, he should correct this mistake at once. It will be impossible to get a rapid campaign going on the economic front without a correct style of leadership and correct methods of work. This, too, presents an important problem which this conference must solve. For the comrades here will have a great deal to do as soon as they return, and will have to give guidance to the many people who will be working with them. In particular, the comrades who are working at the township and city levels and in the cooperatives, the food departments, the trade departments and the purchasing offices, are personally engaged in the practical work of mobilizing the people to organize cooperatives, regulating and transporting food supplies, and managing our trade with the outside areas. If their style of leadership is wrong and if they do not employ correct and efficient methods, the work will be immediately affected, we shall fail to win mass support for the various tasks, and during the coming autumn and winter and next spring and summer we shall be unable to carry out the whole of the central government's plan for economic construction. For these reasons I want to direct our comrades' attention to the following. Firstly, mobilize the masses by various organizational means. In the first place, comrades on the presidiums and in the economic and finance departments of the government bodies at all levels must regularly put on their agenda and discuss, supervise, and check up on such items of work as the sale of bonds, the formation of cooperatives, the regulation of food supplies and the promotion of production and trade. Next, the mass organizations, chiefly the trade unions and poor peasant leagues, must be moved into action. The trade unions should mobilize all their members to join these economic struggles. The poor peasant leagues are powerful bases for mobilizing the masses to build up cooperatives and subscribe to bonds, and they should be given vigorous leadership by district and township governments. Furthermore, we must conduct propaganda for economic construction at village or household meetings, explaining clearly how it is related to the Revolutionary War and discussing in the most practical terms how to improve the livelihood of the masses and increase our strength for the struggle. We should appeal to the people to subscribe to bonds, develop cooperatives, regulate food supplies, consolidate finances, and promote trade, we should call upon them to fight for these slogans and should heighten their enthusiasm. Our objectives cannot be attained unless we use various organizational means to mobilize the masses and conduct propaganda among them in the manner described, that is to say, unless the presidiums and the economic and finance departments of the government bodies at all levels actively attend to discussing and checking up on the work of economic construction, unless they spur the mass organizations into action and hold mass propaganda meetings. Secondly, we must not be bureaucratic in our methods of mobilizing the masses. Bureaucratic leadership cannot be tolerated in economic construction any more than in any other branch of our revolutionary work. The ugly evil of bureaucracy, which no comrade likes, must be thrown into the cesspit. The methods which all comrades should prefer are those that appeal to the masses, i.e., those which are welcomed by all workers and peasants. One manifestation of bureaucracy is slacking at work due to indifference or perfunctoriness. We must wage a stern struggle against this phenomenon. Commandism is another manifestation. To all appearances, persons given to commandism are not slackers, they give the impression of being hard workers. But in fact cooperatives set up by commandist methods will not succeed, and even if they appear to grow for a time, they cannot be consolidated. In the end the masses will lose faith in them, which will hamper their development. To push the sales of bonds in a commandist way and impose arbitrary quotas, regardless of whether people understand what the bonds are for and of how much they can afford, will ultimately arouse the people's displeasure and make it impossible to achieve good sales. We must reject commandism. What we need is energetic propaganda to convince the masses, and we should develop the cooperatives, promote the sales of bonds and do all the work of economic mobilization in accordance with the actual conditions and the real feelings of the masses. Thirdly, large numbers of cadres are needed to extend the campaign of economic construction. This is not a matter of scores or hundreds of people, but of thousands and tens of thousands whom we must organize, train and send to the economic construction front. They will be the commanders and the broad masses the soldiers on the economic front. People often sigh over the shortage of cadres. Comrades, is there really a shortage? Innumerable cadres have come to the fore from among the masses who have been steeled in the agrarian struggles, the economic struggles and the Revolutionary War. How can we say there is a shortage of cadres? Discard this mistaken view and you will see cadres all around you. Fourthly, economic construction today is inseparable not only from the general task of the war but from other tasks as well. Only if there is a thorough check-up on land distribution too will it be possible to abolish feudal and semi-feudal ownership of land completely, enhance the peasants' enthusiasm for production and swiftly draw the peasant masses into economic construction. Only if the labor laws are resolutely enforced will it be possible to better the life of the workers, bring them speedily into active participation in economic construction and strengthen their leadership of the peasants. Only if there is correct leadership in the elections and in the exposure campaigns which accompany the check-up on land distribution will it be possible to strengthen our government bodies so that they can give more vigorous leadership in the Revolutionary War and in all our work, including economic work. The raising of the political and cultural level of the people through cultural and educational work is also a most important task in the development of the economy. That the expansion of the Red Army must not be neglected for a single day goes without saying. Everybody understands that without Red Army victories the economic blockade would be still tighter. On the other hand, economic growth and a better life for the masses will undoubtedly be of great help to the work of expanding the Red Army and inspiring the masses to march eagerly to the front. To sum up, if we achieve all the above tasks, including the very important new one of economic construction, and if we make them all serve the Revolutionary War, then victory in the Revolutionary War will undoubtedly be ours. How to differentiate the classes in the rural areas. October 1933. Comrade Mao Zedong wrote this document in October 1933 to rectify the deviations that had occurred in the work of land reform and to provide a correct solution for the land problem. It was adopted by the Workers' and Peasants' Democratic Central Government of that time as establishing the criteria for determining class status in the rural areas. I. The landlord. A landlord is a person who owns land, does not engage in labor himself, or does so only to a very small extent, and lives by exploiting the peasants. The collection of land rent is his main form of exploitation. In addition, he may lend money, hire labor, or engage in industry or commerce. But his exaction of land rent from the peasants is his principal form of exploitation. The administration of communal land and the collection of rent from school land are included in the category of exploitation through land rent. A bankrupt landlord shall still be classified as a landlord if he does not engage in labor but lives by swindling or robbing others or by receiving assistance from relatives or friends, and is better off than the average middle peasant. Warlords, officials, local tyrants, and evil gentry are political representatives and exceptionally ruthless members of the landlord class. Minor local tyrants and evil gentry are also very often to be found among the rich peasants. Persons who assist landlords in collecting rent and managing property, who depend on landlord exploitation of the peasants as their main source of income and are better off than the average middle peasant, shall be put in the same category as landlords. Usurers are persons who rely on exploitation by usury as their main source of income, are better off than the average middle peasant, and shall be put in the same category as landlords. 2. The rich peasant. The rich peasant as a rule owns land. But some rich peasants own only part of their land and rent the remainder. Others have no land of their own at all and rent all their land. The rich peasant generally has rather more and better instruments of production and more liquid capital than the average and engages in labor himself, but always relies on exploitation for part or even the major part of his income. His main form of exploitation is the hiring of labor, long-term laborers. In addition, he may let part of his land and practice exploitation through land rent, or may lend money or engage in industry and commerce. Most rich peasants also engage in the administration of communal land. A person who owns a fair amount of good land, farms some of it himself without hiring labor, but exploits other peasants by means of land rent, loan interest, or in other ways, shall also be treated as a rich peasant. Rich peasants regularly practice exploitation and many derive most of their income from this source. 3. The middle peasant. Many middle peasants own land. Some own only part of their land and rent the rest. Others own no land of their own at all and rent all their land. All of them have a fair number of farm implements. A middle peasant derives his income wholly or mainly from his own labor. As a rule, he does not exploit others, and in many cases he himself is exploited by others, having to pay a small amount in land rent and in interest on loans. But generally he does not sell his labor power. Some middle peasants, the well-to-do middle peasants, do practice exploitation to a small extent, but this is not their regular or their main source of income. 4. The poor peasant. Among the poor peasants, some own part of their land and have a few odd farm implements. Others own no land at all but only a few odd farm implements. As a rule, poor peasants have to rent the land they work on and are subjected to exploitation, having to pay land rent and interest on loans and to hire themselves out to some extent. In general, a middle peasant does not need to sell his labor power, while the poor peasant has to sell part of his labor power. This is the principal criterion for distinguishing between a middle and a poor peasant. The worker. The worker, including the farm laborer, as a rule owns no land or farm implements, though some do own a very small amount of land and very few farm implements. Workers make their living wholly or mainly by selling their labor power. Our economic policy. January 23, 1934. This report was given by Comrade Mao Zedong at the Second National Congress of Workers and Peasants Representatives held in Juakan, Jiangxi Province in January 1934. Only the Kuomintang warlords who have brought the areas under their own rule to the brink of bankruptcy have the utter shamelessness to spread the rumor, day in day out, that the red areas are in a state of total collapse. The imperialists and the Kuomintang are bent on wrecking the red areas, the work of economic construction now in progress there, and the welfare of the millions of workers and peasants who have achieved liberation. For this purpose, they have pursued a ruthless policy of economic blockade, in addition to organizing forces for military campaigns of encirclement and suppression. But, leading the broad masses and the Red Army, we have not only smashed one enemy encirclement and suppression campaign after another, but have also been doing all the essential work of economic construction within our power in order to defeat this vicious economic blockade. In this respect, too, we have scored one success after another. The principle governing our economic policy is to proceed with all the essential work of economic construction within our power and concentrate our economic resources on the war effort, and at the same time to improve the life of the people as much as possible, consolidate the worker-peasant alliance in the economic field, ensure proletarian leadership of the peasantry, and strive to secure leadership by the state sector of the economy over the private sector, thus creating the prerequisites for our future advance to socialism. The focus of our economic construction is to increase agricultural and industrial production, expand our trade with the outside, and develop the cooperatives. Agriculture in the red areas is obviously making progress. As compared with 1932, the 1933 agricultural output was 15% or higher Indiana southern Kiangsi and western Fujian and 20% or higher Indiana the Fujian-Zhejiang-Kiangsi border area. The Sichuan-Shensi border area has had a good harvest. After a red area is established, farm output often declines in the first year or two. But it picks up again as the peasant masses work with greater enthusiasm after the land is redistributed and ownership is settled, and after we have given encouragement to production. Today in some places farm output has reached and even exceeded the pre-revolution level. In others, not only has land that lay waste during the revolutionary uprisings been reclaimed, but new land has been brought under cultivation. In many places mutual aid groups and plowing teams too have been organized to adjust the use of labor power in the villages, and cooperatives have been organized to overcome the shortage of draft oxen. Moreover, the women are taking part in production in great numbers. None of this could have happened in the Kuomintang days. With the land in the hands of the landlords, the peasants then were neither willing to improve it nor did they possess the means to do so. Only since we have distributed the land to the peasants and encouraged and rewarded production has their labor enthusiasm blossomed forth and great success in production been achieved. It should be pointed out that in the present conditions agriculture occupies first place in our economic construction. It is by agriculture that we solve both the most important problem of food, and the problem of raw materials such as cotton, hemp, sugarcane and bamboo, which are needed for the making of clothes, sugar, paper, and other necessities. The care of forests and the increase of livestock are also an important part of agriculture. Within the framework of small-scale peasant economy it is permissible and indeed necessary to draw up suitable plans for the output of certain important agricultural products and to mobilize the peasants to strive for their fulfillment. We should pay closer attention and devote greater efforts to this. We must actively lead the peasants in solving such difficult and essential problems in production as labor power, draft oxen, fertilizer, seed, and irrigation. In this connection our fundamental task is to adjust the use of labor power in an organized way and to encourage women to do farm work. The necessary measures to solve the problem of labor power are organizing mutual aid groups and plowing teams and mobilizing and encouraging the whole rural population to help during the busy spring and summer plowing seasons. Another big problem is that quite a large proportion, about 25%, of the peasants are short of draft oxen. We must attend to organizing draft oxen cooperatives, encouraging the peasants without oxen to buy them for their common use through voluntary subscription to shares. Irrigation, which is the lifeblood of agriculture, also merits close attention. Of course, we cannot as yet bring up the question of state or collective farming, but it is urgently necessary to set up small experimental farms, agricultural research schools and exhibitions of farm produce in various places to stimulate the development of agriculture. The enemy blockade has made it difficult for us to market goods outside our areas. There has been a decline in production in many handicraft industries in the red areas, notably tobacco curing and paper making. But the difficulties of sending goods out are not entirely insurmountable. We have an extensive market of our own because of the mass demand in our areas. We should systematically restore and develop handicrafts and also certain industries, firstly to supply our own needs and secondly for trade with the outside. In the last 2 years, and especially since the first half of 1933, many handicrafts and a few industries have begun to look up because of the attention we have begun to devote to them and the gradual development of producers' cooperatives by the people. The most significant fields are tobacco, paper, wolfram, camphor, farm implements and fertilizers, such as lime. Moreover, in our present circumstances we should not neglect the manufacture of our own cotton cloth, medicines, and sugar. In the Fujian-Zhejiang border area, some industries have been set up which were previously non-existent, such as paper-making, cloth-making, and sugar refining, and they are doing well. To relieve the shortage of salt, people have begun to extract it from niter. It requires proper planning to keep industry going. With a scattered handicraft industry, detailed and comprehensive planning is of course impossible. But fairly detailed production plans are absolutely essential for certain important enterprises, and first and foremost for state and cooperative enterprises. Every one of our state and cooperative industrial enterprises must pay attention from the very beginning to making accurate estimates of raw material output and marketing prospects in both the enemy areas and our own. At the present time, it is particularly necessary for us to organize private external trading according to plan and for the state to handle certain essential commodities directly, for instance, the import of salt and cotton cloth, the export of grain and wolfram, and the adjustment of grain supply within our own areas. Such work was first undertaken in the Fujian-Zhejiang border area and was started in the central area in the spring of 1933. With the establishment of the Bureau of External Trade and other agencies, initial successes have been achieved in this connection. Our economy is made up of three sectors: state enterprise, cooperative enterprise, and private enterprise. At present, state enterprise is limited to what is possible and essential. State-operated industry and commerce have begun to grow and they have boundless prospects. As regards the private sector of the economy, we shall not hamper it, indeed we shall promote and encourage it, so long as it does not transgress the legal limits set by our government. For the development of private enterprise is essential to the interests of the state and the people at the present stage. Needless to say, private enterprise is now preponderant and will inevitably continue to occupy a dominant position for a considerable time. Today, private undertakings in the red areas are small in scale. Cooperative enterprise is growing rapidly. There are altogether 1,423 cooperatives of various kinds, with a total capital of over 300,000 yuan, according to the September 1933 figures for 17 counties in Jiangxi and Fujian. Consumers' cooperatives and grain cooperatives head the list, with producers' cooperatives coming next. Credit cooperatives have just started functioning. When the cooperative and the state enterprises become coordinated and grow over a long period of time, they will become a tremendous force in our economy and will gradually prevail and assume leadership over the private sector. Therefore, the greatest possible development of state enterprise and the extensive development of cooperative enterprise must go hand in hand with encouraging the development of private enterprise. With the support of the masses, we have issued economic construction bonds to the value of 3 million yuan in order to develop state enterprise and assist the cooperatives. Such reliance on the strength of the masses is the only possible way to solve the problem of funds for economic construction at this time. To increase our revenue by developing the economy is a basic principle of our financial policy. It has already brought tangible results in the Fujian-Zhejiang border area and is beginning to do so in the central area, too. It is the duty of our financial and economic organizations to apply this principle conscientiously. In this connection, we should make quite sure that the issuing of notes by the State Bank is based primarily on the needs of economic development, and only secondarily on purely fiscal needs. Thrift should be the guiding principle in our government expenditure. It should be made clear to all government workers that corruption and waste are very great crimes. Our campaigns against corruption and waste have already achieved some results, but further efforts are required. Our system of accounting must be guided by the principle of saving every copper for the war effort, for the revolutionary cause and for our economic construction. Our methods of spending state revenue must be strictly different from those of the Kuomintang. At a time when the country is plunged in economic disaster, when hundreds of millions of people are suffering the terrible hardships of hunger and cold, the people's government in our areas is staunchly pressing ahead with economic construction for the sake of the Revolutionary War and in the interests of the nation, regardless of all the difficulties. The situation is perfectly clear. Only by defeating imperialism and the Kuomintang and by undertaking planned, organized economic construction can we deliver the people of the whole of China from unprecedented disaster. Be concerned with the well-being of the masses, pay attention to methods of work. January 27, 1934. This was part of the concluding speech made by Comrade Mao Zedong at the Second National Congress of Workers' and Peasants' Representatives held in Zhuoquan, Jiangxi Province in January 1934. There are two questions which comrades have failed to stress during the discussion and which, I feel, should be dealt with. The first concerns the well-being of the masses. Our central task at present is to mobilize the broad masses to take part in the Revolutionary War, overthrow imperialism and the Kuomintang by means of such war, spread the revolution throughout the country, and drive imperialism out of China. Anyone who does not attach enough importance to this central task is not a good revolutionary cadre. If our comrades really comprehend this task and understand that the revolution must at all costs be spread throughout the country, then they should in no way neglect or underestimate the question of the immediate interests, the well-being, of the broad masses. For the Revolutionary War is a war of the masses, it can be waged only by mobilizing the masses and relying on them. If we only mobilize the people to carry on the war and do nothing else, can we succeed in defeating the enemy? Of course not. If we want to win, we must do a great deal more. We must lead the peasants' struggle for land and distribute the land to them, heighten their labor enthusiasm and increase agricultural production, safeguard the interests of the workers, establish cooperatives, develop trade with outside areas, and solve the problems facing the masses: food, shelter and clothing, fuel, rice, cooking oil and salt, sickness and hygiene, and marriage. In short, all the practical problems in the masses' everyday life should claim our attention. If we attend to these problems, solve them and satisfy the needs of the masses, we shall really become organizers of the well-being of the masses, and they will truly rally round us and give us their warm support. Comrades, will we then be able to arouse them to take part in the Revolutionary War? Yes, indeed we will. Here is the kind of thing we have found among some of our cadres. They talk only about expanding the Red Army, enlarging the transport corps, collecting the land tax and selling bonds. As for other matters, they neither discuss nor attend to them, and even ignore them altogether. For instance, there was a time when the Tingchao municipal government concerned itself only with the expansion of the Red Army and with mobilization for the transport corps and paid not the slightest attention to the well-being of the masses. The problems facing the people of Tingchao City were that they had no firewood, no salt was on sale because the capitalists were hoarding it, some people had no houses to live in, and rice was both scarce and dear. These were practical problems for the masses of the people of Tingchao and they eagerly looked to us for help in solving them. But the Tingchao municipal government did not discuss any of these matters. That is why when the new Workers' and Peasants' Representative Council was elected in the city, 100 or more representatives were unwilling to attend after the first few council meetings had discussed only the expansion of the Red Army and mobilization for the transport corps, entirely ignoring the well-being of the masses, so that the council was unable to go on meeting. The result was that very little was achieved in regard to the expansion of the Red Army and mobilization for the transport corps. That was one kind of situation. Comrades, you have probably read the pamphlets given you about 2 model townships. There the situation is entirely different. What a great number of people have joined the Red Army from Chongkong Township in Jiangxi 1 and Caixi Township in Fujian 2. In Chongkong 80% of the young men and women have joined the Red Army, and in Caixi the figure is 88%. There has been a big sale of bonds, too, and 4,500 yuan worth have been sold in Chongkong, which has a population of 1,500. Much has also been done in other fields. What accounts for this? A few examples will make the point clear. In Chongqing, when fire broke out in a poor peasant's house destroying 1.5 rooms, the township government appealed to the masses to contribute money to help him. In another instance, 3 persons were starving, so the township government and the Mutual Aid Society immediately gave them rice. During the food shortage last summer, the township government obtained rice from Kungluo County 3 more than 200 li away, for the relief of the masses. Excellent work was done along these lines in Psi as well. Such township governments are really models. They are absolutely different from the Tingchao municipal government with its bureaucratic methods of leadership. We should learn from Chongqing and Psi townships and oppose bureaucratic leaders like those in Tingchao City. I earnestly suggest to this Congress that we pay close attention to the well-being of the masses, from the problems of land and labor to those of fuel, rice, cooking oil, and salt. The women want to learn plowing and harrowing. Whom can we get to teach them? The children want to go to school. Have we set up primary schools? The wooden bridge over there is too narrow and people may fall off. Should we not repair it? Many people suffer from boils and other ailments. What are we going to do about it? All such problems concerning the well-being of the masses should be placed on our agenda. We should discuss them, adopt and carry out decisions and check up on the results. We should convince the masses that we represent their interests, that our lives are intimately bound up with theirs. We should help them to proceed from these things to an understanding of the higher tasks which we have put forward, the tasks of the Revolutionary War, so that they will support the revolution and spread it throughout the country, respond to our political appeals and fight to the end for victory in the revolution. The masses in Chongqing say, the Communist Party is really good. It has thought of everything on our behalf. The comrades in Chongqing Township are an example to all of us. What admirable people! They have won the genuine affection of the broad masses, who support their call for war mobilization. Do we want to win the support of the masses? Do we want them to devote their strength to the front? If so, we must be with them, arouse their enthusiasm and initiative, be concerned with their well-being, work earnestly and sincerely in their interests and solve all their problems of production and everyday life, the problems of salt, rice, housing, clothing, childbirth, etc. If we do so, the masses will surely support us and regard the revolution as their most glorious banner, as their very life. In the event of a Kuomintang attack on the red areas, they will fight the Kuomintang to the death. There can be no doubt about this, for is it not a plain fact that we have smashed the enemy's first, second, third and fourth encirclement and suppression campaigns? The Kuomintang is now pursuing a policy of blockhouse warfare, for feverishly constructing their tortoise shells as though they were iron bastions. Comrades! Are they really iron bastions? Not in the least. Think of the palaces of the feudal emperors over thousands of years, were they not powerful with their walls and moats? Yet they crumbled one after another the moment the masses arose. The Tsar of Russia was one of the world's most ferocious rulers, yet when the proletariat and the peasantry rose in revolution, was there anything left of him? No, nothing. His bastions of iron? They all crumbled. Comrades! What is a true bastion of iron? It is the masses, the millions upon millions of people who genuinely and sincerely support the revolution. That is the real iron bastion which no force can smash, no force whatsoever. The counter-revolution cannot smash us, on the contrary, we shall smash it. Rallying millions upon millions of people round the revolutionary government and expanding our revolutionary war, we shall wipe out all counter-revolution and take over the whole of China. The second question concerns our methods of work. We are the leaders and organizers of the revolutionary war as well as the leaders and organizers of the life of the masses. To organize the revolutionary war and to improve the life of the masses are our two major tasks. In this respect, we are faced with the serious problem of methods of work. It is not enough to set tasks, we must also solve the problem of the methods for carrying them out. If our task is to cross a river, we cannot cross it without a bridge or a boat. Unless the bridge or boat problem is solved, it is idle to speak of crossing the river. Unless the problem of method is solved, talk about the task is useless. Unless we pay attention to giving leadership to the work of expanding the Red Army and devote particular care to our methods, we will never succeed even though we recite the phrase "expand the Red Army" 1,000 times. Nor can we accomplish our tasks in any other field, for instance, in checking up on land distribution, or in economic construction or culture and education, or our work in the new areas and the outlying districts, if all we do is to set the tasks without attending to the methods of carrying them out, without combating bureaucratic methods of work and adopting practical and concrete ones, and without discarding commandist methods and adopting the method of patient persuasion. The comrades in Xinqiu have done first-rate work and deserve our praise as model workers. Similarly, the comrades in northeastern Jiangxi have done good work and are also model workers. By linking the problem of the well-being of the masses with that of the Revolutionary War, the comrades in both these places are simultaneously solving the problems of revolutionary methods of work and of accomplishing their revolutionary tasks. They are working conscientiously, solving problems with minute care and shouldering their revolutionary responsibilities in earnest. They are good organizers and leaders both of revolutionary war and of the well-being of the masses. Elsewhere, too, the comrades have made progress in their work and deserve our praise, as in some parts of the counties of Shanghang, Chongqing, and Yongting in Fujian Province, in Xinjiang and other places in southern Jiangxi Province, in some parts of the counties of Chailing, Yonghsian and Qian in the Hunan-Jiangxi border area, in some parts of Yangshsian County in the Hunan-Hubei-Jiangxi border area, in districts and townships of many other counties in Jiangxi Province and in the county of Zhuocan, which is directly under our central government. In all the places under our leadership, there are undoubtedly many active cadres, excellent comrades, who have sprung from the masses. These comrades have a responsibility to help in places where our work is weak and to help comrades who are not yet able to work well. We are in the midst of a great revolutionary war. We must break through the enemy's large-scale encirclement and suppression and spread the revolution to all parts of the country. All revolutionary cadres have a tremendous responsibility. After this Congress we must adopt effective measures to improve our work. The advanced areas should become even more advanced, and the backward areas should catch up with the advanced. We must create thousands of townships like Chongqing and scores of counties like Xinqiu. They will be our strongholds. From these strongholds we should go forth to smash the enemy's encirclement and suppression campaigns and overthrow the rule of imperialism and the Kuomintang throughout the country.